Paranormal M brings you spine-chilling tales and mysteries that defy explanation. Subscribe and tap the bell to stay connected to our haunting episodes. The next story is closer than you think. Pizza's here. You gonna get the door, or do I have to knock for eternity? Years ago, I worked as a delivery driver for a major chain of pizza joints. I was in a mid-sized town in Dallas and Fort Worth. We once got an order for a couple of pizzas to a neighborhood I'd been to, but to a house that I had never been to. The teen girl that took the order said the man sounded weird and out of breath. She thought that maybe he might have been being inappropriate, so we weren't going to allow any female drivers to take his order. Other than that, it was like any typical order. I got the pizzas out of the oven, put them in the bag, and headed that way. Took me a few to find the house. It looked like all the lights were off. Yeah, that's no big deal. I was pretty used to people not leaving any lights on, and yes, that is a dig at those not turning their porch light on. I pull in the driveway of the unassuming bungalow. The front yard is fenced in and in need of a good trimming. I'd already started to feel weird and grabbed my side to make sure my SIG 9mm was in place. Geez, carrying heat for a pizza guy. I opened the glass screen door and I heard the muffled sounds of an angry man yelling, "Why do you do this to me?" Couldn't make out what all he was saying, but I just head and knocked at the door. Silence is all I hear, and I yell out, "Pizza!" I heard like a cabinet door slam shut, followed by more silence. I went back to my car, grabbed my phone, and called the number on the ticket. It just rang off the hook. Putting the pizza back in the car, I walked to the back door and tried to knock on it, but it was all boarded up. By this time, I get a feeling of dread like I'm not supposed to be there. I swore I heard a voice say, "Get out." I make my way back to the car, and a lady walking by on the road stopped me, asked what I was doing. I sort of laughed, and I told her I was trying to deliver a pizza to this house. I pointed to my car so she could see the sign on top of it. She said rather frankly, "Hon, ain't nobody lived in that house. Hasn't been nobody since living in that house since the murder and suicide." I was like, okay, so perhaps the person that ordered wrote the address down wrong. The tickets always have a name, but this time only initials. I asked her if she knew anyone on the block by the initials JJD. I swear she nearly fainted and said, that's him, that's the man who done killed his wife." I told her I had heard somebody yelling inside when I pulled up. She said that he was always yelling at her, and the cops had showed up a few times in the past. She said there had been a petition by the neighbors to have the house demolished, but the house is just sitting in probate. This isn't the first time I've heard of spirits interacting with technology, and guess it won't be the last. Never mind the ghost in the hallway. This happened a few days ago. Right now, I'm living in a small Nebraska town with a small community hospital. I was visiting a friend in the ER. They were in a double room and I needed to use the bathroom. It was in use by another patient, so I asked a nurse where another bathroom was. She pointed down the hall, said take it right at the end and it'll be the third door on the right. Cool. So I trotted down there, took a right and noticed an old woman sitting in a blue wheelchair trying to go into a room. All I could see was the back of her head barely poking out over the top back of the wheelchair. Her arm was outreached grabbing the door handle. I froze right there. I got this burning sensation in the pit of my stomach like something was off. I slowly just turned around and started walking back to the room. Before I got back around the corner, I looked back and the lady in the wheelchair was gone. I was thinking, no way in hell did that old lady get in the room that fast. I go back to my friend's room and the other person was out of the bathroom, so I used it. Anyway, one of the nurses came in to check on my friend and I told her about the old lady. The nurse turned white as a ghost herself and said, "Oh my God, you saw a resident ghost. And that was the room that she died in." Oh, geez, I thought. Oh, it gets good. She told her coworkers and everybody it seemed started coming into the room and talking about the ghost lady and their encounters. One of the nurses said the ghost had once grabbed a patient and asked her to go into the room to get her fellow flowers. It was just such an odd moment that we were all bonding over this ghost lady. Another nurse said that she had died of cancer and was waiting on her son to visit but never showed up. We pretty much all agreed she's waiting still for her son to visit. Yeah, that made me pretty damn sad. Poor lady. I second that. The Lady of Firenes, or Firennes. A few years ago, my wife and I went on a trip to Europe with another couple. One of the towns we stayed in for a couple of days was Firenze, or Florence. I'm going to call it Florence, so I can say it. The fair city of Florence is the subject of multiple books, with its art, architecture, beauty, and history. So I'm not going to get into that here. If you're fortunate enough to have been there, you know what I'm talking about. You would also know that you cannot take a step in the city without being a stone's throw away from something historic. And all that history is bound to have its fair share of paranormal history attached to it. On our first night in the historic part of town, we stayed in one of the few quote-unquote modern hotels. This place had been completely built as a new structure, so there's nothing historic about it. But it did have a striking view of the Duomo. We could only stay there one night due to room availability, and the staff was kind enough to book us a room in a hotel that was a few streets away. We walked over to the place, and it was this charming chateau-looking building. I don't know what else to call its design, really. It looked very, very old. We could not check in yet, but we asked the front desk to store our luggage so we could go sightseeing. While my friend was taking care of that, I walked around the lobby. It had an interesting display of art items and pictures from the hotel's history. A quick browse of display, and I quickly found out that the hotel had a rich history indeed. It had been the residence of a very wealthy family. Then it had been a convent, a hospital, an insane asylum, and a hospital again, and now a hotel. I've seen enough horror films to know that this is the premise where you know bad stuff's gonna happen and you tell the characters to turn around and leave. However, I shrugged it off, decided not to tell my wife, who freaks out about things like that. We had a wonderful day and a good evening. We retired to our room, which was pretty nice, but by the way, I just promptly fell asleep. I woke up around dawn, since I'm a light sleeper and an early riser. I could tell it was dawn because sunlight was trickling in from the edges of the window. The room's window was at the very center of the wall, and from its left edge there was around 5 feet of wall until the wall met the corner. That's where a floor-to-ceiling dresser stood. My wife normally sleeps later than I do, so when I wake up I normally stay in bed for a while thinking about the upcoming day. And anything and everything. And that is when I saw her. At the corner of the wall between the window and the dresser, about a foot off the ground, there was a lady dressed in all white floating in the air. She wasn't translucent. She really wasn't completely solid either. It's hard to describe her appearance. However, I could see her facial features. I could tell she had light hair and very fair skin. Her expression was truly kind and calming, with a warm, tender smile. There was no exchange of words, no movement or gestures, no telepathic messages. We just remained there for a while, just staring at each other. It's important to mention that at no point I felt threatened or scared, but freaked out, definitely. My wife began stirring in bed next to me and eventually put her arm across my chest. Began making light, like half-asleep conversation. I did not break eye contact with the entity at all and began smiling back at her. Just one of those comfortable, sincere smiles. As my wife became more active, I said to her, "Don't look, but there's a woman in our room and she's floating. I think she's a ghost." My wife opened her eyes wide, all mind fogginess running from her head. She stared at me for a few seconds, and then out of the corner of my eye I could tell that she shut her eyes hard. I don't want to look away. A few moments after that, the lady moved backwards and faded into the wall. She didn't say goodbye or change her expression. She just left. I told my wife that she could look now, but she didn't want to. I could tell that she was praying. We went down for breakfast and told her friends the story, which they, of course, did not believe. Went to the front desk and told the person there what I had seen, and she asked me if I wanted to fill out a form about what I had seen. Apparently, it was not uncommon, but the experiences and the guests' reaction were very wide-ranging, and they had figured over the years that most guests just wanted someone to listen to them. So they instituted the form so people wouldn't talk about the encounters around other guests and just write them down. I chose not to write anything. To this day, I clearly remember the fondness of the smile of the Lady of Florence. I'd like to thank her for reaching out to me and being so kind. The whistling picture. The very first paranormal experience that I can remember happened when I was around 9 years old, 40 years ago. My stepfather is from a small town in the countryside. It was fun to go visit his family. They had a big property with horses and other farm animals that we could ride or pet. They were also an exceptionally large family. Their get-togethers were legendary, with food, drinks, music, and laughter well into the late hours in the evening. During one of those parties, while they had a whole pork in the barbecue pit, the kids and I were hanging and playing in a barn. The older kids started to tell scary stories, mostly trying to freak out us younger kids. There were about 12 of us there, sitting in a circle around a short wooden table. That's when we heard someone whistling. The sound was coming from everywhere, or so it seemed. It was not a scary or dramatic sound. Neither was it the tune of any song that I knew. It was just the kind of whistling you would do to get someone's attention. There was confusion on everyone's faces. I don't think anybody wanted to ask if anybody else could hear the sound until somebody said, "Do you hear that sound?" We all nodded and said aloud that we could indeed hear it. But we were looking for the source. Then I looked up, and across from me, behind one of the kids hanging from a wooden post, there was a big framed picture of Jesus, and it was whistling. Speechless and amazed, I managed to lift a finger and point at it. Some of the kids sitting at the end of the circle began to follow the direction I was pointing in, and then froze. They were seeing the same as I was. The picture of Jesus was whistling. Eventually, most of the kids caught on to what was going on. One took off running, which led to a stampede of other kids following, including me. We ran to tell the grown-ups, but few paid listened, and none really believed us. They were enjoying the party, I guess. We just tried to dare each other to go back into the barn and look. No one conjured the strength to do it. We did not go back to the barn that night. A couple of days later, right before we left for home, I went back into the barn with my stepdad. There was the picture of Jesus. It seemed normal this time, except that its eyes had this effect where I guess you could say that they just followed you no matter where you moved to. I'm still not sure how to feel about the event. I was raised Catholic, and I was normally around Christian decorations, and some people I've told the story to I could fit both. I mean, since a whistling picture is not something you see every day. Saying goodbye. This all happened on January 1st, 1996. I had come home from college for winter break. It was the first time since starting school. It was good to be home. On New Year's Eve, my brother and I went to a party at a friend's house, not too far from ours. We ended up partying until the early hours of the next day, had a few drinks, but mostly had a great time chatting with people I hadn't seen in a while. It was a little bit down after dawn when we finally walked back home. Once we got there, my mom was in the kitchen making some breakfast. It was a bit unusual that she'd be up this early on a holiday, but I didn't think much of it at the time. After chit-chatting for a bit, I made my way to my bedroom, got out all my clothes, and went into bed. My bedroom was small, so it was quite cramped. As you opened the door and walked in, the first thing you would see right in front of you would be a large dresser with a rectangular mirror. Sort of a hand-me-down from when my parents got new furniture. The dresser took up most of the space. To its right, you would find a small desk with the old-school Panasonic alarm clock that everybody seemed to own at one point or another. The red LEDs display. Right in front of the desk, there would be my single bed. The bed was set up in such a way that I could always see the time of the alarm clock in the mirror when I was lying there. As I was beginning to drift away, a strong wind paralyzed me. I could hear its howling in my ears, and I shut my eyes as a reflex. Here is where the story, I believe, differs from sleep paralysis, which I have also experienced several times. After what seemed to be an eternity under the effect of this quote-unquote wind, I managed to open my eyes. Through the mirror, I could see an entity standing in front of the door. It was dark, so I couldn't make out any facial features, and it was a human in form. But it did have a deformed head, its shape indescribable, and I was scared. Although I could open my eyes, I could not move my head to look at the entity. I could only look in the direction my head already was. Then I clearly noticed the time on the alarm clock went from 6:14 a.m. to 6:15. A few seconds later, as sudden as it had come, the wind and the entity disappeared. I regained my mobility. Tried to make sense of what had happened, but I really didn't get up. After calming down, I went back to sleep and didn't wake up until midday. When I woke up, the memory of the earlier event was still fresh. I shrugged it off as a bad dream, but it bothered me that I distinctly remembered the time of the alarm clock changing. To my surprise, when I went to the kitchen to grab some food, my mom and stepdad were there all dressed up. That's when my mom announced that my great aunt, who had been battling cancer for some time, had passed away the previous night, and they were headed for the funeral. I was saddened by the news. I hadn't really been close to her, but I was close to her younger son, who was around my age, and with her husband, my great uncle, who was a successful executive and somebody I'd always looked up to. I told my parents that I wanted to go to the funeral. Since they were in no rush, I had breakfast and showered and put on a shirt and tie. Then we left for the funeral home. When we got there, I noticed that they had an open casket. People were going over to pay their respects. I had been to several open casket funerals before, but the only other time I had mustered the courage to look at the deceased person was when I went to the elementary school principal's funeral several years before. After greeting some relatives and friends, I made my way to the casket. And there, I got a big shock. Due to the cancer treatment, my great aunt had lost her hair, so she was wearing an elaborate head wrap with flowers on it. Its layout was the same as I'd seen on the entity earlier that day. It made sense. Prayed for a few minutes over her casket and said my goodbyes. I was quite disturbed and shocked, so I didn't stay for the rest of the funeral and headed home. I replayed the morning's incident in my mind over and over. Did my great aunt visit me to say goodbye? It was strange that she would have, since we weren't close. And as I'd mentioned before, what about the wind? Could it be sleep paralysis that coincided with her visitation? So many doubts to this day. To be honest, I was scared when it happened. I've gone through many paranormal events in my life, but I've been calm and not felt fear, for lack of a better word, from the experiences. That morning on New Year's Day, 1996, I was afraid. I worked in a cemetery for 4 years, and all I got was this lousy t-shirt. I have seen ghosts, or beings of light, and deceased relatives, just to name some of mine. People have commented personally and in my posts that I have some psychic abilities or sensitivities that I should develop them. I would not even know where to begin with that. Oddly enough, I managed a memorial park, which is a cemetery, and a funeral home between 2007 and 2011, handling operations, sales, and customer service. Funny thing is that I never experienced anything paranormal while working on site. I worked many times until late in the evening, being the only person there. Well, at least besides the security guards. The memorial park was developed in 2002 over land that had been a farm before. It was then consecrated, which means blessed, using ceremonies of various faiths, which were sort of prerequisites to be able to hold services there. It had 3 chapels for service and wakes, and of course a space for a mortician to conduct his work. Headstones weren't allowed as a policy, only plaques, so all you would see were beautiful gardens and landscapes. All burials were underground, except for an area reserved for family mausoleums. Around 500 people were interred there, and at least while I was working, and we had services about every 2 days or so. 500 people. Some people mentioned eerie feelings or hearing noises, but nothing of note. The quote-unquote energy, for lack of a better word, was very heavy, which is understandable for a place with so much sorrow. The weirdest thing is that we had to deal with this thing that happened one night when a driver went to a local hospital to bring over a deceased person. The person woke up during the ride to the park. Understandably, the driver took the week off after that. Yeah. Thus, my confusion when I've gone through some very strange paranormal episodes. Yet wasn't sensitive, or as sensitive as some people suggested, to be able to see anything during my tenure there. Or is it that I blocked myself somehow? I couldn't tell you. The shadow, the deadbolt, and the wooden rocking horse. At some point in the early 80s, and I must have been 8 or 9, my family and I used to live in an apartment downtown in a big city. The apartment was on the ground floor of a 3-story building, facing a very busy street. The best way to describe this apartment is that it was narrow and very long. I recall it as being quite large, but then again I used to think my old grandparents' house was huge until I saw it as an adult and realized it was tiny. For some reason, our perception as kids made things seem larger in our memories. I think we might all know the reason. At the back of the apartment, there was a private patio in the backyard, which had a storage shed. We were the only apartment to have access to it, and it was completely enclosed by the tall outer walls of adjacent buildings. The shed was large and would double as my mom's craft room. That's where she kept a sewing machine and other things. The shed was only accessible through a sturdy wooden door, secured with a deadbolt that could only be opened from the outside. The deadbolt would not secure itself, meaning that somebody would have to lock or unlock it manually. When my mom worked there for long, I would accompany her and do crafts of my own, like paper planes and such. Among the things stored in the shed, there was a wooden rocking horse that I'd gotten as a toddler and had later passed to my younger brother. Sometimes as we hung out with my mom, my brother and I would fight over who got to ride the rocking horse. As happens with most siblings, we would only want to play with it if the other also wanted to play with it. An important part of this story is that right next to the house's entry door there is a rotary phone. We did not own a cordless phone at the time, and it was the only phone in the house. And this meant that if you were on the phone, there would be 60 feet between the phone and the shed. There was no direct line of sight from the main door to the door or the patio. So the walls and furniture acted as sound barriers. There was no back door. Next to our place, there was a convenience store. The owners were very nice people. They had 4 kids. The youngest kid was my age, and we would hang out there quite often, especially during sort of off-school months that we would have. That's when we'd tag along with his parents as they tended the shop. One day, my mom was on the phone while I was looking at the front window. That's when my friend came out of the store and asked me if he could come in and play. My mom wasn't a big fan of having other kids over, but since I kept pestering her while she was chatting, she just motioned to go ahead for my friend to come in. She went to the room for a while, then to the patio to kick a ball around. I remember that I just made a bunch of paper airplanes, which I thought were pretty cool. So we went to the shed so, he could check them all out. My friend liked the paper airplane so much that he offered to trade me for sweets. So ran back to his place, locked the deadbolt from the outside as he left. I started banging on the door and calling his name, furious at the prank. Later I stopped calling for him and began calling for my mom. After what seemed to be an eternity of banging on the door and yelling, I gave up, assuming that my friend was just going to come back soon. My eyes caught the rocking horse, and out of boredom I started to ride it, waiting for my deliverance from the locked shed. As I sat there with the back and forth motion, I noticed a shadow coming to the door from the outside. Then I heard that it unbolted the door, which made a squeaking sound as it slowly swung open. I figured it was my friend who had come back. I was ready to kick his butt. I ran out of the shed. There's no one there. I looked everywhere, even the lower cabinet of the patio's sink. When I walked toward the front of the house, my mom was still on the phone, and she can still hold a 4-hour phone conversation to this day, by the way. I knew she was not the one who unlocked the shed, since she would have given me an earful. I kept asking her about my friend until, clearly annoyed, she put her hand on the mouthpiece of the phone and told me that he had left over 30 minutes before. Someone or something was looking out for me. Scraping across the lid of the sarcophagus. When I was about 15, I participated in a quote-unquote ghost hunt. I was taking video technology courses, and a classmate had discovered a local paranormal society. He suggested we accompany them on one of their investigations as material for a documentary. My friend made the arrangements, and we met the lead researcher at the location to plan for the evening. The investigation was to take place at a cemetery after sundown. I believe this would have been early fall, at least in the state of Maine. I'm even going to include the cemetery location because the setting plays a big part, and if any of you have ever visited the spot, you can let me know. I would want to know if it gave you the same impression that it gave me. This was in the city of Portland, and the cemetery is on Congress Street, not far from Monument Square. It was open to the public by day, but we snuck in after the gates were closed. While we did explore the cemetery in general, there was a particular spot. We had scouted it out during the daytime. That was the focus of our attention. It was a fenced-in plot with a small gravestone, or rather several around the perimeter, and a large stone sarcophagus in the center. Sarcophagus might not be the best word. I'm not sure if it technically fits that criterion, but I don't know what else to call it. It was a big stone coffin sitting in the middle of the plot. I'm embarrassed to say I don't recall the name it bore, but I believe there is some text in Latin engraved on it. Nothing unusual about the text. That was probably typical for early 19th century graves, but there was a couple of details I did find very creepy. Mostly, it was the sarcophagus's position and plot. It was massive, and the surrounding headstones were so small. Many of them were caved in or leaning away from the huge stone in the middle. I couldn't help but get the impression that this thing was bullying them. I know that's dumb, but that's the way I just kind of felt about it. As I recall, many of the graves had different last names, and they all died around the same time. We set up tape recorders to try and capture EVPs. I remember the researcher explained that the sound of the motor in the recorder interferes with the quality of the recording, so he used an external microphone to get around this. It was a small mic with a cord about 2 or 3 feet in length. We placed the recorder and mic on top of the sarcophagus and set out for a walk around the cemetery, using the other devices the researchers had brought. The night was mostly exciting for me. We frequently needed to duck and hide from the headlights of passing cars and occasionally a police cruiser. The researcher and my friend, who's more familiar with the technical aspects of ghost hunting than myself, observed a few things they found interesting with the instruments they brought. Didn't really find anything that was too impressive, at least to me. Things livened up when a police car stopped in front of the cemetery and the officer got out to shine his flashlight around. We hid while he snooped around, which was definitely exhilarating. But when he finally left, we decided we had pushed our luck and it was time to leave. As we were gathering our things, the paranormal researcher asked me to grab the recorder that we left on the sarcophagus. I'd already been reaching for it, but forgot about the microphone attached. As I picked up the recorder, the mic dragged across the stone of the sarcophagus and dangled from my hand. I was worried maybe I might have damaged it. But it looked fine, so I said okay, turned off the recorder, and we left. We drove back to the researcher's house to review. By this time, it was very late. I was pretty tired. I sat on the couch trying to keep my eyes open while my buddy and the ghost hunter scanned through the tapes and recordings. I must have nodded off. It was because the next thing I knew, my friend was shaking me awake. He looked so excited. The researcher looked less enthusiastic as he was frowning at me. "We got something," my friend was saying. They sort of played me the last minute or so from the sarcophagus recorder. It sounded much like you would expect. That white noise hum of static and wind until you hear voices approaching, getting louder as we came near. An interesting discussion as we pack up, and then the researcher asks me to grab the recorder. There's the sound of movement and then a loud scrape as the microphone drags across the lid of the sarcophagus. And over that scraping sound, clear as day, a voice says, "Okay." It was like that. It was dragging out the O and the K. Nice, nailed it. The voice had a breathy quality, like when somebody does a loud whisper directly to a mic or receiver. Then you hear my voice, more ordinary and further away, say, "Okay." And then click, the tape shut off. The researcher thought that I had done it. Kind of pleaded with him because I hate when people think I'm lying. I think he eventually gave in and said something conciliatory. Something about how maybe there was something more to it, or might have said okay under my breath as I was picking up the recorder. But I could tell he didn't believe me. The thing was, as you could hear the voice as the microphone was dragging across the stone, I would have needed to be bent over whispering into the microphone as that happened. I wasn't, and I was standing turning away with the recorder in my hand. The microphone was dragging from the cord. I'm certain it wasn't me. Have I got an attachment? Or just a friend? I recently moved into my boyfriend's house with him. Every night when I tried to sleep in his bedroom, I had trouble breathing, like something was pressing on my chest. I had some sort of visions every time I closed my eyes. Nightmarish things that would appear for a second and they changed to something else. I kept waking up with random bruises almost every morning. One night I went to sit outside in the grass to get some fresh air around 1:30 a.m. My boyfriend's car was close to where I was sitting, and suddenly, the hazard started going off. His hazard button is broken. It only works if you hold the button in. We left it for about 2 minutes, then the light started flashing irregularly, like something was playing with the button. My boyfriend said he saw a hand move near it. We got up and walked over to the car, and as soon as we got within 5 meters of it, the light stopped. He opened the door and checked that the button was still not working, which it wasn't. Plus, we live half an hour from the closest town, so there's no way it was a person. You can't write that off. Later the same night, we're standing in the kitchen, either side of the bench. I felt something touch my back, almost like nails gently grazing down on it. I went to do something, and my boyfriend moved to where I was standing when it happened, and felt the same thing. We moved the bed into a different room, and the breathing difficulty and bruises and visions had stopped. But still, anytime I go into the old room at night, and sometimes during the day, I see things and have visions. I feel something that isn't there touching me. I'm having the difficulty breathing again. My boyfriend said he often sees something in the wardrobe, which is where I feel the energy is coming from. We slept in there again a couple of nights ago. I had all the same things as before, as well as something touching my arm and my leg when I had them out of the blanket. I also had a dream about a ghost that night. In the dream, I talked to the ghost and got a name. Though it was a very unique one, and I don't remember it now. I think they may have been related. Last night when I was in the shower, the light was flicking on and off. Not flickering, like turning off and then turning on again quickly, which at first I thought may have just been the power. We're on solar, but it keeps going constantly until I ask my boyfriend to come in with me. That's when it stopped completely. Today I was in the bedroom standing to look at the door. There was a strong wind coming in through the window, and the door, which opens inwards, the wind through the window usually slams it shut, by the way, suddenly opened as if somebody pushed it open. I could see straight down the hallway, and there were no dogs or people near. Haven't had any experiences, or at least that I've noticed, outside of the property. My boyfriend originally said that they believe there's a ghost living in their garage, and it comes into the house sometimes. He also said that he and his mother have some family who visit them somewhat often. My boyfriend's aunt and brother, that my brother's very mischievous, by the way, and our current theory is that it may be him. I'm gonna try to talk to whoever it is soon, but I have no equipment whatsoever. If anybody has any advice or anything, it would be awesome. Boyfriend's brother. My boyfriend, a 23-year-old male, if that matters, he was a twin. And sadly, his brother passed away early in the womb. Their mother said that she's always tried to talk to his ghost. For the past 23 years, recently I lived with my boyfriend and his mother for about a month. The whole time I was there, I felt something watching me constantly. Kept getting random bruises and scratches. couldn't breathe properly, like someone or something was pressing on my chest. I also kept getting visions of just nightmarish pictures, which would last a second, then change to something else just as bad. The lights would flicker madly, doors would randomly shut, and things would get moved without explanation. My boyfriend also saw a few times a white ghostly figure in or near the house that we managed to communicate with one of my boyfriend's brother, as well as a long-distance friend who passed away a few years ago in a biking accident, and some other members of their family. After that, I was left alone for the most part. They still sometimes moved things, like to show that they're just with us, around 2 weeks ago, though. My boyfriend and I moved out to live with my parents. His mother didn't like that at all, and neither did his brother. He's come to him in dreams multiple times. He's knocked things over and messes with our devices while we're trying to change things for Centerlink. Aussies will know. Since boyfriend is on disability and his mother was his carer up until today, we finally got his mother to accept that he's moving out and I'm going to be his carer. About 5 to 10 minutes after we get off the phone with her, things in my bedroom start flying around like we're being pushed or thrown at something. At first, it was just an empty soft drink sitting in front of the rotating fan which fell on the floor. We thought maybe it was just blown off. Then a deodorant can, half full, which was next to the can that got knocked over. Okay, maybe that's just your brother, I said. A full soft drink can, which was on a shelf above my boyfriend's head, got knocked down onto him. Yep, I don't think that's the wind. Unexplainable scream during night on my night shift. So this happened about 7 years ago, but I still think about it every so often. Back then I worked as a security guard, the type of security guard that travels around in the city to do these routine checks on objects. You know, making sure that doors, windows, and gates are all locked properly, that no people are on the property, and checking for fire hazards and attend to SOS/robbery alarms and so on. There's this mall in the city, and per our contract, we did 2 security walks in the mall. The first one when the mall's closed, where we basically emptied the mall for customers and locked doors and entrances and checked all the alarm systems. We end the first round by making sure the mall is empty of both customers and employees. We check surveillance and turn on all the alarms. The second walkthrough usually took place many hours after, in the middle of the night. That's where we made sure all the entrances are indeed locked, but also took another sweep inside to check for people and so on. This particular evening, the first security walkthrough went by without any issues. Just the usual few customers taking forever to get out. The second walkthrough, however, something really weird did happen. I started off by walking around the mall, making sure nothing's out of the ordinary, and that everything's locked. I step inside, check the alarm monitoring when everything's turned on, no error codes or logs of people being inside after I left the mall my first time for the shift. I go to the top floor, and I work myself down each floor, and everything's looking good. Eventually, I end up in the cellar floor, which consists of this toy store on the side, and opposite to the store is this huge playroom. Both the playroom and the toy store have this sort of see-through glass wall separating them from the hallway in the middle. Anyways, I got down there and did my usual walkthrough of the cellar. The toy store had this sticker on the door saying something about collectibles 50% off, or something. I walk up to the glass door and shine my flashlight toward the collectibles section. As I'm focusing on the collectibles, I hear this sudden loud scream behind me. And I mean really loud, like I wanted to cover my ears loud. The scream sounded like a little girl, and it screamed "Mommy," with a sort of rasp and desperate tone to it, like a death scream, if that's the way to describe it. I quickly turn around, freeze in place while shining my mag light in the hallway and into the playroom. I just stand there for a solid 10 or 15 seconds trying to see who screamed. After collecting myself, I immediately think that somehow a little girl must have left in the playroom when the malls closed. So I run into the playroom, started looking through all the toys and plushies, but no girl was found. I then double-check every little surface in the cellar, but no one was there. I began to think about my colleague who ended his shift many hours ago. Maybe they're playing a prank on me. So I go upstairs to the alarm and surveillance monitoring, but again there's no logs of anyone. At least anyone but me entering different zones and using the key card. I then check the surveillance. There's no one but me on all the cameras. I also started to chuckle at myself as I thought I looked like a coward when it happened. I settled my mind to it being some sort of doll at a toy store with a broken voice box or something. But weird that the scream came from behind me from the hall and playroom. I leave. I visit the store the next day and ask about the doll that screams. They don't have any dolls with any kind of a voice box. They also tidy up and clean the playroom every morning, and if they find toys left behind that they themselves do not own, they make a list and put it in the storage box. No dolls whatsoever. I also asked if they have a baby monitor for sale, but they didn't. I'm very skeptical by nature and absolutely do not believe in ghosts and will always find a natural or logical, non-supernatural explanation when stuff like that happens. But what happened during that night shift, I just can't explain. Entity followed my mother home and we don't know how to make it leave. Stayed in Kennedy Castle in Colorado. Kennedy. That was in Ireland. Watch out, I'm going to pronounce things wrong all over the place, I have a feeling. My mom, a 51-year-old female, and I, a 24-year-old female, shared a room. Woke up to the chair at the end of my mom's side of the bed scraping along the floor loudly. 2 hours later at 5 a.m., my mother woke me screaming over seeing a woman at the end of the bed on her side. Said that she was about 55 in age, hair dark, parted up the middle and pinned at the back. She thinks that it swooped over her ears. She said she blinked and she was gone. Then started packing her bags, but we then realized that we couldn't leave as we both had a few drinks in the hours previous. We also had very strong headaches from arrival, which left pretty quickly upon leaving the Kennedy Castle estate. Next day we arrived home. We were both feeling very heavy and uneasy. I went home to my own home and my mom returned to the family home. She went to bed and fell pretty much straight asleep as she was so tired from the lack of sleep in the night at the hotel. Before going to sleep, she asked whatever was making her feel so uneasy to stay out of her bedroom. She doesn't give it permission for her to go into her room. She falls asleep around 11:30. She woke up 2 hours later to what she described as what sounded like a plastic bottle rolling along the floor outside of her bedroom door. She said it was loud and lasted about 6 seconds. She sat on the edge of the bed for a moment and walked toward the bathroom, then heard the sound much louder outside her door, which lasted longer than 10 seconds. She said it sounded like it was merely an inch outside of her door. She said her head was screaming at her not to open the door. She then rang my brother's phone, an 18-year-old male, and asked him to come up to the room to check if there's anything outside. His room's parallel to hers in a long hallway, and he said nothing was there. Today is my mom's 51st birthday. She's been so incredibly uneasy and was actually nervous to go home from the restaurant that we ate at to the house. She said that she dreaded coming home. I burned sage all over her room, the hallways, and in the doorways and windows. However, she still feels so uneasy and wants to sell the house. How do I help her? What led me to believe in the supernatural? to get into this. I want to clarify this is all 100% true. And it's what has turned me from a skeptic in the supernatural into a believer. I've never written down this story, and I've only ever told it aloud, so I'll do my best to make this make sense. About 4 years ago, I was 17. I stayed at my mom's house quite a bit alone. Never had a problem with it. I liked my privacy. One night I went out to my favorite pizza place, which was roughly a 40-minute drive round trip. Before leaving my house, everything felt perfectly normal, just like any other night. But that feeling was fleeting. When I returned, I immediately felt like I was being watched. I need to take a moment to depict the house layout. It was a 2-story house, but the bottom story was just an unused guest bedroom, a laundry room, and the entrance to the garage, and the old wooden stairs leading up to the living room. With that said, I can resume. As I was saying, this feeling of not being alone or feeling watched kept my eyes glued on the top of the stairs. The feeling was so bad that I swept the entire house, upstairs, downstairs, garage, closets, everything. And I was alone. Looking back, this is when I should have just drove to my dad's. I thought I was a big boy that could handle a little bit of fear. I was sick of this feeling of dread, so I went to my room, which was just down the hall from the living room, to play video games. I kept my headset off and my hunting knife next to me, just in case anything happened. While I was playing, I swear I kept seeing flickers of shadows underneath my door as the hallway light was on. But whenever I looked over there was nothing. This started to really freak me out, and I just kept acting like everything was fine. Eventually, I was sick of video games, got ready for bed. Turned my light off, but kept the lights on everywhere else in the house, just so it kind of looked like it was a busy house to any potential unwanted visitor. When I laid down, however, I noticed 2 dark spots under my door. They sort of looked like shoes. All I could do was lie there in horror with my hunting knife firmly grasped. I waited and waited and waited for those shadows to move, but they never did. And eventually I summoned the courage to confront the shadowy being standing outside my door. But when they swung my door open, there was nothing. No one, no shadows. Thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. When I laid back down, however, the shadows were gone. I decided to leave my door open and turn on my light in my room. And it was my time for sleeping. Maybe I could wait another night. So instead of sleeping, I watched YouTube videos mindlessly on my phone when I heard what sounded like large footsteps slowly ascending up my creaky wooden stairs. I'll tell you, even writing this 4 years later in a completely different house, I've turned the lights on in my room to finish writing this. Anyways, I'm frozen in shock and horror that this wasn't all in my head. That someone or something was coming up my stairs while I was home alone. In a split second, I decided that the best course of action was to lock myself in the bathroom that was halfway down the hall. I bolted. Didn't take any chances. Didn't look to see what was there, and I called the police. It was the first time in my life calling 911, and I was trembling in the bathroom trying to whisper because, keep in mind, I still believed this to be a person. They sent over a squad car while I remained on the line, and the operator told me that they didn't see any signs of forced entry, and that after a sweep of the entire house that no one was there. This helped relieve me, and that was the last incident of the night, but not to where the story ends. The next day, after telling my mom what happened, she was obviously horrified, but we decided to do some digging ourselves. We swept the house again, and this time found something I missed. Oh, and the police missed. I learned a fun fact about my room that next day. The only entrance to the attic was in my fucking closet, and the lid was open. I couldn't believe it. The attic hatch was cracked ajar. My mom swore that she didn't even know it was there, and I sure as hell didn't know myself. Neither of us could reach up to curiosity was stronger than mine. She had talked to the previous owner of the home to try and find out more about the history of the owners of the home. In God's honest truth, she texted me this. Just spoke with the previous owner. Her parents built the house and her dad died in your room. When I received that text, a shiver went down my spine. A ringing entered my ears. And this entire time, I kept telling myself logical reasons for what happened that night. I couldn't anymore. The last update to the story, it came just a few weeks ago when I was visiting my girlfriend's family for Christmas when I found myself retelling the story to my girlfriend's brother's wife's mom. She describes herself as a medium, and I was retelling the story, and right when I got to the part of the footsteps coming up the stairs, she said to me, "Those were heavy steps, weren't they? He was a big boy." And I just stared at her with shock. She also kept saying that there was a big boom or a noise, and I kept racking my brain for that, and I couldn't recall it at all. But then I remembered. The night of my encounter, I forgot to mention that I did end up falling asleep in the 3 or 4 a.m. range, with all the lights on and my door wide open. But when I woke up in the morning, my door was closed. My car froze over while I was driving. What could have happened? My car froze over while driving. What happened? My car was in the garage this morning, no frost anywhere outside. I was driving my car for 20 minutes before this happened. I was on the highway going 60 miles an hour, and it was 7 o'clock a.m., and it was 50 degrees Fahrenheit outside. Out of nowhere, a thick frost and ice covered my car. It felt like I drove through fog. My wipers couldn't wipe the glass. I opened my windows. My side view mirrors were ice. My dog was sneezing. My back window... Are you okay, sir? Where was I? Out of nowhere, a thick frost covered my car. I felt like I drove through fog. My wipers wouldn't wipe the glass. I opened my windows. My side view mirrors were ice. My back window, I used my windshield fluid and it barely helped. The rear defrost was working. I was on the fast lane and had to slow down because I couldn't see anything nor switch lanes. The cars passed by me and they didn't have ice or frost on them, just on my car. Out of nowhere, my car defrosted and it was back to normal. It wasn't even a slow defrost, it was like, bam, you can see again. What could this be? I could answer that in 2 ways, but I need to go deal with my dog. Should we return? What are the risks? My friend group and I got into ghost hunting. Most of all of us were skeptical at the beginning, but definitely believe it now after the experiences. First time we go there, I was scared shitless. Even more scared after once we looked at the videos and saw something. It looked pale and yellowish. There were 2 eyes, a mouth, and I could say a nose, but it didn't have the shape of a nose, just 2 holes. Peeked around the corner where we were and then quickly went back behind the wall. We thought, well, maybe it was a tree branch or something. Went back in during the day and there was nothing around where we saw the figure. No trees, no nothing. Before knowing all this, we used a spirit box using the Estes method. I never know how to say that. Estes or Estes? It was saying things like leave. It even said my buddy's name. Like we were in big trouble. Jesus Christ is a sinner and a bunch of whack shit. Now I know this guy. He wouldn't fake some shit like this. And during it, he literally started nodding off, it seemed, and his hands started reaching out in the air and just a grasp of nothing. I took the earbuds off him and he removed his blindfold and he was crying. This dude's not the type to cry, and especially about something that seemed so little. blindfold off and tearing up as well. They both said that they just felt an insane sadness overcome them. We didn't go for a while and randomly decided last night to go, though. We didn't even get inside the building. We set up an REM pod in my car on a flat surface, made sure it was good to go. We invited any spirits to come communicate with us and go near the REM pod to show that they were here, and immediately lights up. My friend then went, if there's any spirits here, turn the lights on in 3, 2, 1. Then it just started going crazy. We asked jokingly, asked the spirit if we needed to open the door and let them in, and here's the scary part. I had to turn off my car completely so my lights would be fully off so we wouldn't be seen as much. My doors are locked and sat there for a few minutes like this, and all of a sudden the unlock goes off on the car. I immediately turned the car on and left. My buddy randomly got sick and had to puke, so I pulled over further down the road, and my car never does that. No one unlocked the door themselves, I know it for a fact. I've sat in places before with my car off and locked it, and it's never done that. Maybe the lights that illuminate the unlock button will go off and the car doesn't fully unlock the doors. Scary shit. And I'm still spooked. There's more stories, but it's too long to type, and you get the gist of it. Seems possible that there's more than one spirit there. Multiple people have died there in the late 1800s. We want to go in deeper, and there's more houses and a grave near one of the bunch of satanic writings in the basement. We've just been too scared to walk all the way out to do it. Something visits my boyfriend while he sleeps. So me and my boyfriend are really freaked out about this. We'd like some help from somebody on what or who this could be and what to do about it. So me and him fall asleep on FaceTime every night. There's been 2 incidents where I've been awake to see at least, and they've happened in the past 6 months, both at different households at different states. So basically, sometime in June we were on FaceTime as usual, and it was around 12 a.m. His phone had just fallen since he hit it while I was sleeping, and I was fully awake watching YouTube. And out of nowhere, I hear his door to his room open, and a man with a very deep voice starts talking to him. Then I hear my boyfriend move and say something back. Couldn't hear exactly what they were saying since the phone was covered by the blanket. I asked him about it the next morning, and he had no clue what I was talking about, and that his closet door was open when he closed it the night prior. His mom has a boyfriend in the house, however, he was at work, and also him and my boyfriend aren't very close. Nor was it his voice. So it wouldn't be plausible that he came into his room at 12 a.m., then at 12 a.m. Then, just last night, this happened again. However, this was at his dad's house, which is at least 9 hours away from his mom's house. This time, the phone didn't fall, so I could see him sleeping, and I heard his door slam open and some man with the same deep voice saying, "All right, come on, let's go." I don't see the person, but then I see my boyfriend, waking up and beginning to talk to him. Unfortunately, I hung up as soon as this happened, since he was not supposed to be on his phone for reasons I didn't want him getting in trouble for, since I first thought it was his dad. I told him about it this morning, and he was just as confused as last time. He asked his dad, who was most definitely asleep since he needs to get up extremely early for work, and his dad denied ever coming into his room last night. We're both very freaked out, and if anybody has had a similar experience or knows who or what this is, please reach out. I don't know, but sounds pretty legitimate. Owl in dreams and random occurrence in life. So I've been experiencing something over the past few years that's both really abnormal and unsettling. Not really sure how to interpret it. few years ago, when I was on a low point in my career, I had a vivid dream where I was in an empty library, and a gigantic 12-foot blue, white, and gold yellow owl came out of an elevator. It telepathically told me to continue my journey. Then I woke up with my heart racing. The message stuck with me, and since then the owl's been showing up in the background of my dreams occasionally, and more recently I've been seeing it in real life. Here's what's been happening. I've repeatedly heard multiple owls hooting around me at a significant moment, often when I'm discussing the owl in my dreams and its weird persistent presence. One night, my girlfriend and I heard the hooting after talking about it, and when I looked at the tree, I saw a shooting star right where the sound came from. The owl seems to appear in symbolic ways too. On socks I saw in the mall, on an album cover while shazamming a random song I liked from a movie, and even as a neon bar sign for a big professional event that ended up being really successful. Recently, it feels like the frequency of these events are escalating and becoming more random, and I can't ignore them. My best friend and I are talking about whether the owl is metaphysical or just my mind picking out things due to apophenia or a subconscious manifestation of myself. And right as he was about to answer, a ton of owls started hooting all around us. Now, an owl has to be moved into the tree across the street from my house, and I hear it regularly. I'm not prone to believing in spirits, gods, or anything metaphysical, but I can't shake the feeling that this means something. Brings me reassurance, and also a sense of intimidation and fear, as if it's pointing to something I don't fully understand. Well, that is sort of the definition of fear, isn't it? See ya. Enter the mysterious world of Paranormal M, where the supernatural takes center stage. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications for captivating stories. Let the haunting journey begin. Chased a shadow figure twice. I've had at least 2 encounters with shadow people. Both times were when I was asleep. The first, I know without a doubt, I accidentally astral projected. I don't know how, but I could just feel that I was. Keep in mind, the room I slept in had like this full standing mirror. Well, rather, there were 4, and there were doors. They were on my closet directly across from my bed. Yeah, not great. One night I woke up, my body, if you will, at least, without looking at my body, and I looked over to my right only to be met with a young woman next to my bed, clearly in distress. I could see her distinct features like I'd be looking at a living person. She didn't say a word to me, but I could feel she was terrified and she needed my help. I turned my head to look in front of me, and there was a shadow figure standing at the front of my bed. It definitely startled me. I immediately felt he had dark intentions toward this woman. And yes, I said he because it absolutely felt masculine without a doubt. I didn't see any eyes or distinct features, only what I was feeling from him. I don't know why, because I've been made aware that it isn't a common reaction. Instead of cowering in fear from the shadow figure, I flew out of my bed and chased that fucker out of my room and down the hall into my parents' room. Only to then feel myself get yanked back into my body. It's the best way I can describe that sensation. It had felt like I wasn't bogged down with the physical body, and the feeling I experienced was like flying after the shadow person. It felt so natural, like I didn't even have to think about how to do it. I could move more freely, like however I wished, weightless. It was like I was all of my consciousness. Then I woke up physically after being pulled back, if you will. The next experience felt like a shadow figure was invading a dream I was having. That's because I felt my awareness shift to where it didn't feel like a dream anymore. I was dreaming that my husband and I were watching TV, and then he said something that was completely basically left field and a little bit dark. Then I turn my head to look in front of me, and there's another shadow figure right in front of me just watching me. I'm looking directly at them. I can feel that this part was real. I could feel that the shadow figure was interfering with my dream. I asked quite demandingly, "Who are you?" I didn't say a word and just observed. Then they turned, and I could feel that they were intending to leave without answering me, and again I felt myself fly and lunge after the shadow person, to which they then disappeared out of the wall. Then I woke up physically. Can anyone give me insight to any of this? I know it wasn't sleep paralysis because I wasn't physically awake. It's like all of this was happening when I was asleep, but not asleep. I was definitely astral projecting the first time, and then the second time I was at least lucid, if not astral projecting as well. I think that's the best way I can describe it. Has anyone experienced this type of thing along the same lines I have, meaning with how AI reacted by going on the offense? I hope you mean I. I'd love to know more about these shadow people. Like, what do they want? Or are they just observing? I believe my childhood home was or is haunted. Wow, shocking title, I know, but it still gives me the chills. As a child, I had a lot of bad experiences at my childhood home. A lot of abuse, incidents, and overall just bad vibes. Very rarely did people feel at ease. I was always terrified of the basement of that house. I don't know why, but growing up, it was the scariest thing ever. I'd also refused to sleep alone until I was probably 9 years old. I was terrified of the mirror hanging over my bed. Mirror hanging over your bed. I remember being downstairs and walking past a cabinet that held my grandmother's fine china. It flew open at me and shattered in the ground. None of it had hit me somehow. Still shocked to this day how that had happened, as the cabinets had been jammed and impossibly hard to open. Something similar to this was a large, heavy portrait of a bullfighter falling behind me. You could argue it just gave out after years of being hung up, but the nail was fine. After my grandmother had died, things had gotten weirder. That's when I finally agreed to sleep alone. And when I'd sleep in my bed, I could feel large hands stroking my back. I reported this to my mom one year, and she said that she had felt that too before. Sometimes it made me incredibly uncomfortable. Other times it would feel calming, as if someone else was trying to soothe me to sleep. I also began to hear voices call me from downstairs. Specifically my mother's, which I never lived with my mother until I was about 12 or 13, since they were divorced. So, being the freaked out kid I was, I'd yell back down the stairs or taunt it back. This probably was kind of even worse for me. Then my father died. It was just me and my grandfather alone in the house. Can't remember if I'd hear the voices calling out to me or not, but I began to have terrible nightmares. I had nightmares from the perspective of something that was watching me sleep. Its vision was green, almost like night vision. It was standing in my doorway just watching me. It had left and turned the corner down the hallway that led to my deceased father's room. In my dream, I woke up from the nightmare and screamed at it from the room. This prompted it to turn back around and start returning to my room. I woke up from that nightmare. Eventually, my grandfather got too sickly to care of me, so I moved out to live with my mother. To this day, that house has been the only place I've ever had experiences like that. I once visited it with my uncle before they renovated and cleaned it up. Toured the house again and realized it was even more disgusting than I realized. The floors were rotting. The sinks were full of dirt, and just overall the house looked terrible. When we went through the basement and turned around to go back in, I realized we'd been locked out. We had to go through the gate that surrounded the backyard. I realized that the house or whatever was in it clearly didn't welcome me there anymore, and I'm fine with that. Years later, I've never visited that place again, and I can only wish the family currently residing there the best of luck. LOL. A light. To share my experience, I was about 12 or 13 when I was in a very bad place in my life. I was filled with rage and negative thoughts. I had an abusive father and I was planning to kill him. The reason I'm sharing this is to share my state of mind at the time. I always liked drawing and I kept drawing dead people and I was fascinated with death. One day I'm home drawing, and while I used to draw just black and white and red, and that day I started to draw a flower. And that's when I noticed it was kind of odd. It was colorful. My drawing process, I don't always think of what to draw, I just let my imagination flow. When I started to notice that was odd, I saw what seemed to be a spotlight. It was very bright light, and it was in front of me, and it spoke. I was fully awake, and it felt ancient. It didn't speak with actual words. I don't even know how to explain, but it was in my mind. Sometimes it would speak through projecting images instead. It asked if it could come in. I don't recall my exact reaction. I remember thinking if it could be a bad choice to say yes, but I agreed to let it come in, not even understanding exactly what it meant. It was in front of me. I think I agreed because it didn't seem like a threat. I recall very little of what we talked about. I remember bits and pieces, and it didn't tell me the end. Maybe I was meant to forget. I'll try to describe it the best way I can. When I agreed to let it in, I felt a huge, overwhelming, powerful feeling of love. Truly loved in a deep and infinite way. Next, I asked it if it was an angel. I went to Catholic school, but I wasn't religious. Still am. Or rather, still not. To which it replied no. I asked if it was God, to which it also replied no. I asked what it was, and it showed me, but I don't understand it. Seemed like a very ancient being, older than what I could imagine time is. Like if it existed before time existed. I asked more things and curiosities of a 12-year-old, like why is there so much pain in the world? Why are we here? What's the point to all this? To which it replied, I don't remember all the answers. I distinctly remember seeing parts of the world like if it were in real time. Some appeared to be visions. In the end, it went away. I remember my mom coming into the room and thinking, why can't she see it? That's how I realized it was in my head. When it went away, it told me one day I was going to try to kill myself and not to do it. Made me promise I wouldn't, which I did. Such thought never entered my head at the time. Also asked me not to waste time trying to learn more about it and to move on, to which I agreed, and finally once it left, I felt clean inside, like all the negativity was washed away. This experience was very deep for me, changed who I was since then. I remember asking if it would, or rather if I would see it again, but don't remember the answer. Most likely no, because I haven't seen it since then. I did try to kill myself many years later, and I remember promising I wouldn't, and that's how I'm still here. I also failed to not try and find more information about what that was. I did look for more people who might have seen the same and found odd connections. Possible demon. I'm 20 years old now, and I experienced a possible demon when I was growing up in my old house. For some context, witchcraft is very common in my believe that there was also a cause because my grandpa had a mistress in El Salvador who wanted us out of the picture. She regularly practiced witchcraft. My mom is my grandpa's favorite child, and throughout my childhood she had many near-death experiences. And it would make sense, since if my grandpa dies, his money goes to my mom first. The first time I noticed something was off was when I was around 6 years old. My family had just picked my mom up from dialysis and we were all sitting in the kitchen eating. And all of a sudden I hear a whoosh sound from behind me. We all turned around because we heard it and it was weird. The second instance was when I would see shadow figures in my room and my door. I was never allowed to close my door, and when I would wake up in the middle of the night, I usually saw a shadow standing in the hallway, and sometimes in my closet, since I always keep that door open. Sometimes I would see the figure sitting in the chair I had in my room. We would just stare at each other. I believe it's the top hat man because I always saw the hat. The third instance was when we had a family living with us in our basement. And for context, corporal punishment is very common in Latino and Hispanic families. We would often hear the mom discipline her son and hear his screams. We would check on him all the time because it sounded like he was being murdered. One night, my mom, grandma, and I came home from church at around 11 p.m. since Saturday service was at night and it was 3 hours. We were talking in the kitchen when all of a sudden we hear the loudest scream. It sounded like the boy, but this time it sounded like he was being stabbed to death. We immediately ran downstairs, but to our surprise, no one was there. We checked all the rooms and the family wasn't there. The fourth instance was when I was still little and I couldn't stop crying. I don't remember much of it, but the pastor of my church came with his wife to pray over me. We went to a room downstairs and the door was left open. He put oil on my forehead and began praying. I never closed my eyes for prayer, so I just stared outside the door, and that's when I saw a black shadow figure walk by the door. It looked inside before disappearing. The fifth instance was when I was around 11 years old. I began feeling like someone was watching me all the time. I felt intense fear and hatred being home. I felt anxious and paranoid every time I was home, which is something that I really never had happen. The sixth instance was the scariest because it was physical. I came home exhausted from a soccer tournament, did my night routine, and fell asleep on my back. And for context, my bed had plastic on the mattress since little kids often slept on the bed when family would come over and spend the night. During the night, I woke up because something was pulling on my left arm and leg trying to pull me off of my bed. I could hear the plastic moving and felt someone breathing on me. I heard a bunch of whispers, but I couldn't understand them. Then I heard a woman begin to laugh in my ear. I couldn't move, and something was on top of me, and I felt a strong urge to open my eyes, but I didn't. I began praying, and then it went away quickly. I didn't open my eyes for the rest of the night, and the next morning I told my aunt about it because it terrified me. She told me something similar had happened to her, but she was laying on her stomach. She said she woke up and felt something sitting on her back, and heard the woman laughing. Then she said something like, "Who is your God?" So she started praying, and it all went away instantly. My mother's village experience. What happened to my mother during this experience of hers is kind of hard to describe with one word. It's like a premonition, but rather than feeling like something bad was about to happen, it's the feeling something bad happened long ago. The situation my mother experienced was a long time ago. I wanted to post it not to ask for answers, but to share her experience. My mom was born, and for the first 18 years of her life, she lived in Greece. When she was 14, she took a trip together with her father, uncle, aunt, and 2 cousins to my grandfather's village in the came from my mother's city, Larissa, in Thessaly, a province in central Greece. Since it was a long journey, the five of them stopped by a village along the way before reassuming the trip. My grandfather then took my mother on a little walk around the small village. She told me she was having a really bad time with her family and there was no reason to be upset, sad, or distressed as she was in the village. As they were walking, my grandfather decided to take my mom to this hill on the outskirts of town. As they were approaching this hill, my mother just felt a feeling of dread. She felt almost panicked, sad, and disturbed. She said to my grandfather it felt like something was crushing her heart. My grandfather then took her away from the hill to a local tavern where the rest of her family was at. Once at the tavern, and with the tavern owner also expressing concern over my mother explained as they were near the hill what she had been feeling. Then when she was done, my grandfather and the tavern owner explained to her what happened at that hill. Before I do, the reason I decided to not say the name of the village until now is because it would give away to some what happened here. The village's name was Calavrita, I believe. Somebody correct me. From 1941 to 1944, Greece was occupied by Nazi Germany, and Calavrita fell under their control too. In response to the killing of 78 captured German soldiers, the Germans set their sight on destroying the town. They looted buildings, commandeered livestock, and rounded up civilians. They then took the entire male population, consisting of older boys to seniors, to the top of that hill my mother was near. They then executed 438 of them at once, leaving only 13 survivors. Thing is, though, while today there's a memorial that stands at the top of the hill, back then there was nothing for my mother to know about what happened at the site. Along with that, my grandfather didn't get the chance to tell her when they arrived at that hill. Kind of strange, come to think of it. But at the same time, it intrigues me as much as it disturbs me. My mom didn't believe me until our roommate saw the same thing. A little bit of backstory. Growing up in my childhood house, I was deathly afraid of the basement. You know, being a kid, I had no rhyme or reason as to why. This had gone on the whole time I lived in the house. We lost the house when I was 13 to divorce, and that happened between my mom and my stepdad. 4 years later, due to my stepdad putting the house into foreclosure, my mom got the house back when I was 17. So when we were moving back in, my mom asked me to put food in the freezer. I told myself, I'm older, I'm not going to be afraid of the basement anymore. With the newfound confidence, I went to the laundry room where the freezer was. As I went to turn on the light, which was just a string attached to a light bulb in the ceiling, in the corner of my eye, I saw a little girl. She was whitish and see-through, shoulder-length hair and a white dress. Maybe about 10 years old, with my hand still in the air. I turned away from the girl and slowly walked out of the laundry room, trying to be calm. I walked out, I hit the stairs, I ran up the stairs on all fours. Got to my mom's, trying to tell her what it is that I saw, and she brushed it off. About a week later, her roommate told my mom that while she was doing her makeup downstairs in her room, the one next to the laundry room, with her door open, the way she had her mirror placed was in front of the door and she could see into the hallway. She described the same little girl standing in the door way off to the side. She was freaking out and told my mom. My mom asked her if she'd talked to me about this, and if I'd told her anything about what I saw. She said no. She confirmed it with me, and I said no, I haven't told her. My mom finally believed me, started to freak out. Weird stuff kept happening in that house, probably until I moved out. I'm 32 now, and I've been in and out of my mom's house since I first moved out when I was 19. Nothing's happened. Until about 3 months ago, we've been hearing weird shit. I'd tell those stories another time. If you made it this far, thanks for hearing me. Can't wrap my head around it. Tried to rationalize myself, saying it's a hallucination because I'm schizoaffective, but how come our roommate experienced the same girl? My sister's ghost. I'm a medical examiner, and I've had many paranormal experiences, so I'm not usually taken aback when things happen. I just respect that we're in their space, especially with how invasive we have to be. I let them get out their frustrations. I respect them in a way. Fast forward to 5 years into working in the office. Just graduated and finished residency. I got a job immediately in my local coroner's office. I've had countless experiences and not shocked by anything anymore. I'm performing an autopsy and I've just finished up. Done my prayers and I just sort of do that out of respect, especially if I know their beliefs. Walked into my office, shut the door, sat down at my desk and looked up. There was a teen girl. She just looked at me. She wasn't a patient of mine, nor had she been in the past, and I had no idea who she was. Weeks pass, and I can't get her face out of my head. Can't place where I would know her from, nothing. I had absolutely no idea who she was. About 3 days after I gave up, she showed me again, or rather showed up again. She walked up to me and hugged me. She breathed, "I'm so sorry," and disappeared. She went through me and disappeared rather than really hug me, I guess. That shook me to my core. About a month later, I came across an old photo. A girl with my other sister. Brought it to my mother. She sat me down and told me some disturbing truths. Before I was born, my oldest sister passed away due to a drunk driving accident. They were going the wrong way and hit her. And after I was born, my sperm donor, that's what I call him, admitted that the reason he wanted me was to replace the daughter he lost. I was never, or rather, I have never met my sperm donor. My sister has rejected him completely. He considered two non-bio girls his daughters and doesn't care about us. That girl was my sister, I believe. She was younger in the photo, but looked super close. I don't know if I'd just seen the photo and had a hallucination or my sister is roaming this earth. Is it bad that I hope that I was hallucinating instead of her being trapped on this earth as a spirit? Not really. Feel bad, but also want her to be at peace. Or want to be able to talk to her. Maybe put some closure, and I maybe need this after finding all that out. I'd be grateful to know that she's left the earth, even if I don't know everything. I just booked it from my apartment without any shoes on. A shadow figure. So there I was, barbecue sauce on my titties, taking a leak in my bathroom. We have towels hung from the door, and out of the corner of my eye, I see a towel move, like someone grazed against it. I quickly turned my head to look, and it absolutely was moved. It was just coming to a halt when I got my head fully squared to it. I finished doing my business while feeling a little freaked out. Quickly zipped it up, washed the barbecue sauce off my titties, and exited the bathroom. Then I fucked up. I remember seeing shadow figures on the internet, and out of morbid curiosity, I decided to give it a little check. While standing in the doorway to the restroom, I flipped the lights off and stared into the abyss. I clenched my ass so fucking tight, and my eyes got so fucking wide when holy fucking shit, I swear to God, there's a silhouette of a person standing right smack fucking dab in the middle of my bathroom. I stared at it for about a second before turning the light back on, and it was gone. I wanted to shout, run, and do something, but God, I just had to check one more time. I switched the light off for just a millisecond, and right the hell there was a shadow figure again. But this time had his arms stuck sort of grotesquely in the air for some awful reason, and looked farther away from me. As soon as I registered, I flipped the light on as fast as possible and booked it out of the apartment. I essentially jogged backwards from my illuminated bathroom until I made it to the living room. Didn't put on shoes for a coat and forgot to grab my keys. Right now I'm on a bench in the nearby park freezing my nipples off. Neither of my roommates are home and I absolutely don't want to go back in there alone. I think I have about 45 minutes to kill until my roommate gets off work. I don't want to call him about it and it sounds like I'm a maniac. My plan is to freeze out here for a while. Then when they drive up, I'll by chance be returning from my evening stroll and re-enter the apartment with them. That was different. Dead lady screaming at me. I rented a condo in Hawaii at the Hilton Turtle Bay on the north shore of Oahu. FYI, can get a condo for a week on the hotel grounds for cheaper than a 2-day stay at the hotel. I wish that applied to me. I arrived from Cali, put my stuff down, headed out for the beach. After dark, I came back and eventually went to bed. The main bedroom was upstairs. As I'm trying to go to sleep, a woman screams at me from a couple of feet away, telling me to leave. It was more like, get the fuck out. I'm shocked and I'm rattled a bit, and I say to myself, hypnagogic or whatever it's called, hallucinations. Try to make myself go back to sleep. Fall asleep and get screamed at again a few minutes later. Get out of the bed saying to myself, shit, rented a haunted condo. And then I say, I'm not leaving. I paid for a week. Leave me alone. I won't sleep in your bedroom, but I'm not leaving. The next day, my good friend shows up, and I tell him that he can sleep in the main bedroom. He gives me a calculating look. So that night, after some fun adventures, we head upstairs to go to sleep. I sit on the couch watching the news. He comes walking down about 30 minutes later and says that I'm a serious dick for not warning him. I innocently ask him what he's talking about. He says some lady was screaming at him upstairs. I crack up and tell him he's gonna have to sleep on the couch then. Spirits in my house. In 2011, me and my mother, my grandmother, and my then stepfather moved into a new house. And over the course of the last 13 years, we had multiple events that we cannot explain rationally. The first event was about a month after moving in. I was on my bed and I was trying to fall asleep, or was I simply chilling? I don't remember. I was 19 at the time and I'm now 32. I was laying there and suddenly I heard a voice right above me. Some sort of evil voice saying gibberish. It didn't last long, but it was scary. I thought that my brain played a hell of a trick to me. A year later, I was with my mother in the car, and out of the blue, she asked me if anything strange ever happened to me in the house. I was taken by surprise and didn't know what to answer. But then I remembered the voice, so I told her. She was flabbergasted. She too heard a voice in her room, and more precisely, a laughter. She says that she and my then stepfather were in bed, and she heard a strange sound, like the sound of plastic wrapper being manipulated. My stepfather, we're going to call him Bob, used to eat lots of candy, and he was laying on his side, so maybe it was him. Bob, is that you making this sound? Bob wakes up confused and says, no, I'm sleeping, and he goes back to sleep. My mother thought it was weird when 2 minutes later she says she heard a demonic laughter come out of the corner of her room. She panicked and yelled at Bob to stop this bullshit. Bob woke up confused. He was sleeping. So to make this clear, a normal family moved into a new house, and after 2 months of them heard voices in their room. That happening once is already random as hell. But to two people, what are the odds? there. Second event. My mother and Bob went to visit friends of theirs, and during the evening, one of them asked just like, "Hey guys, what do you think about spirits and paranormal? Do you believe in it?" My mother didn't say a word at the time, and Bob, an ice block of a man too proud to show vulnerability, opens up and claims he heard the computer chair moving downstairs. And at the moment, my mother gasps and says, "What, you heard it too and didn't tell me?" Now we'd have two adults saying that they heard the computer chair moving by itself at the same time on two different occasions. There's no suggestion possible because they both heard it and didn't tell the other. What are the odds? Couldn't possibly be the cat because it was a little 5-pound cat. She would have had to jump with all her force on the chair, then jump back on it and have the chair roll back exactly where it was on two different occasions at the same hour. Plus, with the chair against the wall, she couldn't possibly gain enough momentum to move back where it was. The only other explanation is that I'd have to be sleepwalking and moving the chair, which is also unlikely. Other events. Now, what follows are other events that mostly happened to my mother, but they're not in any chronological order, just the events that we know that happened. Event number 1. On at least 3 different occasions, my mother claimed she heard somebody say "Mom" right in her ear as she was walking up the stairs to her room. I asked her if she's sure because the sound "Mom" is not a long one, but she assured me that it was clear. Event number 2. One time my mother was getting ready to go to work. She was in the stairway lacing her boots, and she claims that she felt an unnatural coldness, like a freezer, she said, passing through her sideways. If it were a ventilation problem, it would have re-happened, but it didn't. Event number 3. Once my mother came back from work and had to rush to the bathroom. She put her cell phone on the kitchen counter and went there. While she was there, she heard something fall. Once done, she saw her cell phone had been pushed off the counter. The most plausible explanation to that is maybe the cat, but knowing that cat, it's hard to believe. That cat couldn't displace air if she tried. She always was super careful with her every step. Event number 4. My mother claims she once heard the side door open and close exactly if it was back from school or me coming back from school. She waited for me to go down that stair, but I never did. She went to go see, and the door was closed and locked. Event number 5. On October 10th, 2018, I know because I wrote it when it happened. I was on my bed and heard the front door open. I thought it was my mother coming back from work. I heard footsteps outside of my room, the kitchen, and the faucet was turned on. Went out of my room to greet my mom, but when I opened the door, there was no one but the faucet had been opened midway. About 5 to 10 minutes later, my mom was back from work and I asked her why she went back outside. She didn't understand. She said that she had just arrived. I asked her, "Then who used the faucet?" We looked at each other confused and laughed it off. The most plausible explanation is that it would have been my grandmother upstairs that used the faucet. But there's a few problems with that one. First, my grandma has her own door. In 13 years, I never heard it open once from my room. Secondly, every time she goes downstairs is to talk to someone. She makes her presence known and does not exactly linger. Third, not only she would have been using the faucet, she never does, but she would have used it and left it running, which she never did before and after, and she's 93 today and can still drive. Plus, if her faucet had a problem, she would have let us know. Fourth, more of an anecdote, but Christian Page, a well-known paranormal investigator from Quebec, where I'm from, claims on his website to have slept he and his girlfriend in an apparently haunted hotel room. In 2 days, nothing happened except one thing. The faucet had been left opened midway. Event number 6. new stepfather, let's call him Bob, too. We're back from the bar and decided to make food. They were eating in the dining room, and they're at the dining room table, and it was around 1 a.m. Both of them claimed to have heard someone growl loudly next to the stairwell, and that's where most of the strange things happen. Once again, 2 adults heard the same thing at the same time, so it makes it less likely to be a hallucination. And if it were something natural, then it's something that would have re-happened. Event number 7. Bob, too, was sleeping on the couch in the living room. He was woken up by a strange bang near the stairwell. When he told my mom, he had said that something had happened before. However, I wasn't really made aware of this. Event number 8. Around 2 to 3 years ago, I woke up one morning feeling well. I opened the door to my room, made 2 steps in the kitchen, and froze in the living room. Right behind the kitchen counter, I saw what I can only describe as an apparition. It was a human outline with no feature. The inside of the body was transparent and blurry. It had yellowish colored spots on its chest. You'd think I would shit my pants, but nope. I was more intrigued than anything. In my mind, it was like, okay, another strange thing's happening here. I was looking at it, and it was seemingly looking at me, and then turned and went to the corridor. The whole thing lasted about 5 seconds, and when it was over, I just laughed and said, okay, what the fuck have I just seen? I don't take drugs. I don't smoke. I wasn't sick, tired, or injured, and I was wet when I saw this ghost. I thought it might have been hypnagogic hallucination, but I actually had one recently, and that thing I saw does not fit the bill. Only explanation I can imagine, and might be ridiculous, I remember that around the same time I witnessed a surprisingly violent accident inside of a bus. There was no blood, a man wasn't seriously injured, and he eventually stood up, but I was shocked. Now, I don't remember the timeline correctly, but let's imagine that I saw the ghost the day after. Could it be that I was so shocked that my brain somehow made me hallucinate the morning after? Sounds insane, but this is the only thing I can imagine. That or a random DMT leak from my brain. Which can happen. Surely nonsense, but when you know nothing, you don't even know what can make sense. Event number 9. Last summer, 2024, my mother was in the swimming pool and she was talking to my grandma who was in the doorway of the patio. Suddenly, while they were talking, they heard some sort of noise, like a growl coming from inside. My grandma, who was never made aware that there might be spirits in the house, turned to look inside the house, confirming that the sound did come from the house. Didn't understand. My mother laughed. Event number 10. One night as she was attempting to sleep alone in her bed, my mother claimed she felt someone with her, as if someone was getting right over her. Looking at Google, the result I got was she was a victim of the incubus syndrome. Thing that happens to 1 woman out of 11 in their lifetime. Wow, that's a high statistic. She assured me that it was weird, but nothing out of Hollywood. However, not too long after that, my mother got a call from my sister. Mom, I have something to tell you. She also had the same thing happen to her. Now, during the short time that my sister lived with us, it happened. 2 people had that happen to them at the same place during the same period. What are the odds? Experience number 11. That night, my mother woke up to go to the bathroom next to her door. When going there, she heard 2 knocks on the wall next to her. She was scared, but didn't react. When coming back, there was 3 knocks. She got so scared that she actually lost her footing and fell on her bed in sort of a comical way. So, while I do hope that spirits are actually real, I know that despite the several statistical impossibilities, none of these are proof, but what else are we supposed to think? That by moving here, we all randomly became schizophrenic? Maybe we're all mad, but only when we're in this house. this house, anybody can be subject to neurological tomfoolery. If the concept of spirit had not been created or discovered, we would have made it. It's easy to think that we might be scared, nervous, and that we might lack judgment. Maybe that's why we had so many strange shit happen to us. And it all happened by the power of suggestion, but no. These events all happened. We were all calm and going about our daily business. I, for one, actually did not care about the events. They were unsettling when they were happening, but that was it. Even if the quote-unquote apparition I saw, I nearly forgot about. These events have become important for me recently because I had a major existential death anxiety crisis, and it was the worst thing I ever went through. But we even played Ouija for the first time in our life last October, and nothing happened. If we all made it up by ourselves, something would have certainly happened. In quotes. And also, not really proof of anything, just a comical detail. When we moved in, I have no memory of it, but my mother told me that the people before us had placed angel statues near the windows, and that they left 2 letters in drawers saying things like, "We welcome you and we bless this house." As of now, our house is not even 20 years old, and we're just the 3rd tenants. Lastly, I will end with this. If spirits are real, then there are 2 things that we can say about them. 1, that they're a rare occurrence, and 2, that they're kind of an ambiguous thing. Since they are so rare and unidentified, could it be that a ton of things were wrongly attributed to them and got debunked, and rightly so? So much so that in time we become conditioned to think that they can't exist. If spirits are real, then it only makes sense that the scientific explanations are such a hair puller. What do you guys think? A little bit similarly to you. A little bit. Just wanted to share my story. This is the very first time I'm talking about this, and I think I'm in the right place. First of all, I still don't know whether my mind was playing tricks on me or if everything that happened was actually caused by another being. I was around 12 years old, and as a child, instead of sleeping at night, I would play with my imagination in my head. The visual images I envisioned back then were incredibly vivid. I often imagined having superpowers and defeating villains. While fantasizing at night, I would often unknowingly enter a meditative state. Many times, scary images were placed into my mind. Now, at 29 years old, I realized that the way these images and information were sent to my mind was unlike anything else I've ever experienced. Looking back, it was exactly as if something had taken over me and wanted to scare me, simply because it enjoyed doing so. The feeling of being mocked describes it quite accurately. It always started with this strange sensation. I closed my eyes. It felt as though I was extremely far away from myself, almost as if I could barely control my own body. The next thing I remember is that if, for example, I rested my hand on my stomach, it felt as if my hand was sinking into my body. I'll never forget that sensation. Shortly after, the sharp, vivid images of monstrous faces would appear, all of them hysterically laughing. What's strange is that one night it became so intense that I ran crying to my mother, who was still awake in the living room. TV was on, showing a live concert of a Muslim singer. But when I looked at the TV, the singer appeared to look like a devil, and the music sounded like metal. This was the first time that I had this kind of hallucination, and shrooms are a joke compared to this, by the way. It took about 20 minutes for it to stop, and after that night, it all ended. To this day, I never believed in anything supernatural, but now looking back, I know that someone or something caused it. What do you think? I think there might be something in my house. Hi y'all, new here, but I thought would be a good place to talk about what's been happening in my house. A little bit of a background on me and the house. First, I've been feeling things since I was a child. Nothing I can prove, but just weird things out of the corner of my eye, or hearing movement behind me. My brother also experienced things his whole life. He was one of the only people I would talk about with these things. He passed away almost 10 years ago. Second, I bought a house with my partner about 4 years ago. He doesn't believe in the paranormal at all. And doesn't really mind when I burn rosemary or do other witchy things. Third, after I bought the house, I learned from the neighbors that the original owners did die in the house. Nothing spooky. They were an elderly couple that each separately passed away in their sleep. With all that being said, since we have moved in, I've been feeling things. I'm not very scared of whatever it is, but it spooked me at times. The worst being at night when I was heading to bed. The lights were dim, but I could see well enough to know my partner was walking down the hallway in front of me. I could see and hear him shuffling ahead of me. He has a distinct walk and shuffle when he's barefoot. The bedroom was completely dark when I heard him whisper something, and I replied with, "What?" He replied from the kitchen, yelling down the hallway. I ran from the room into him. He checked the room and teased me a little about being scared. I've also seen shadows moving from the kitchen to the hall while sitting in the couch. So many times I've basically lost count. Sometimes when I'm in the basement, it's like not really a spooky basement, it's finished. I can hear things moving in the back room. Thought maybe it was mice or something, but dozens of empty traps later, it clearly isn't pests. I'll find little things moved, things like my craft scissors. I know it isn't my partner, as he knows how to use them after running a pair of sewing scissors. My dog, who's never done anything like this, will growl at the empty black room randomly. She isn't a barker or a growler. She won't go into that room. I'm a little bit jealous of your dog. I don't think whatever's happening is dangerous, but I would appreciate any advice on a way to make peace with it. And no, I can't afford to sell the house and move. The encounter that made me fully believe. For years, I felt that paranormal was only something you saw in movies and TV shows. Don't get me wrong, I've always thought that these things were not outside the realm of possibility. I just never had something to affect me so directly that I saw it as undeniable proof. It was just a few years ago now. I was walking back to my room from my parents after talking to them. There's 2 halls in my house that connect in the shape of an L. My house is right at the joint, or rather, my room is right at the joint of the L. And as I entered the connecting hallway at that joint, I heard very clearly and very distinctly my name whispered right into my right ear. It was clear enough that I could almost feel the breath on my ear. At first, I assumed it to be one of my family members, but it was quickly ruled out as my 2 siblings were asleep in their rooms and nowhere near me. It was so startling that I just jumped forward and spun around, slamming my back into the wall to look to see who said my name. After calming down a bit, I realized another thing about this voice. It was the voice of a young girl. The only woman in my house is my mother, and she was in her room in bed reading. Nowhere near me. I have no sisters, nor were there any other girls in our house then or now. It was a voice I didn't recognize either, so it wasn't me imagining someone else's voice. There's no way to explain it for me. Even now, thinking about it, I feel a chill up my spine. And since then, I've not had another encounter like that in my home. I'm unsure how to explain it. I heard it so clearly. Did I imagine a real ghost during a friend's prank? I'm 28 now, and this happened over a decade ago when I was in middle school. To this day, it stays with me. It's never felt right. In middle school, I had a close friend. Let's name her Beth. Beth and her father were extreme horror and Halloween fans, to the extent that they had an entire garage filled with horror and Halloween decorations and collectibles. They also had a collection of horror movies banned in other countries and won awards for the scariest haunted house in their neighborhood during Halloween, which they always hosted for free every year. Often I would spend the night there, which of course always ended in a scary movie or two. It was also common for them to play pranks on me and scare me because they found it funny. I would usually yell and jump, of course, but thought it was all in good fun. One particular night, we finished watching a movie, and then me and Beth went to her room to hang out before bed. We played some video games, chatted like usual. At one point, she brought up the fact that the previous owner of their house died in the home, an older man who hung himself from a fan. She said sometimes they'd notice some voices or see things out of place. The discussion was very nonchalant on her end, but I was finding myself pretty creeped out. Later, when we had settled into bed, I couldn't sleep, and as I was tossing and turning, I kept hearing what sounded like heavy footsteps outside the room. Beth was just sleeping. And suddenly, there was a loud bang that startled me. I woke her up frantically before getting up and turning on the light. Beth kept asking me what was wrong, and I was panicking, telling her the things I'd been hearing, and then as I spoke, something hit my foot. Looking down, I saw a piece of paper that had been slit beneath the bedroom door and bumped into my foot. I picked it up, and in simple writing it said, "You don't belong here." I tossed the paper at Beth and yanked the bedroom door open. No one was there. I even insisted she go check on her father in the room beside us. And when we did, he was in bed. I settled back into her bed, sitting up and leaning against the wall. At this point, I couldn't sleep. Kept telling her if this was a prank, it wasn't funny. Beth continued to insist that it wasn't, and she joined me in bed again, and we both heard those loud footsteps, followed by a repeated banging noise. I was nearly crying at this point, as it had been happening for over an hour now. What broke me, however, was after the third time hearing the loud banging, I heard a deep male voice in my ear telling me to get out. Terrified me. I started sobbing, yelling that I wanted to call my mom and I was going home. Beth quickly left to get her dad. They both came in to reassure me that it was in fact a prank. He said he tossed the letter beneath my door and that he had speakers in the bedroom playing noises that I heard. He even played them again for me using a remote to see, except none of the noises included a voice. I felt unsettled, but just accepted that it was a prank and tried to get rest before leaving the next morning. That's a dick move, but kind of funny. However, to this day, I don't have an explanation for the voice. I did confirm with Beth that yes, the previous owner did in fact die in their home, but nothing had ever happened to her or her father. The voice I heard also wasn't in the recordings he showed me, and even if it was, it just wouldn't have made sense. The speakers they showed me were at the window in front of me, several feet away. I'd been leaning against the wall on my right and heard that deep voice in my right ear, as if someone was practically on top of me, speaking into it. To this day, I can hear the voice loud and clear. Never forgot how it made me feel. I was immediately unsettled and a chill had gone through me. It just felt wrong. Never slept over at Beth's house again, nor did I have another incident. But I'm hoping that whatever I heard and felt was simply the imagination of a scared middle school girl. I believe that is what that was. Something on my head. I'll start by saying that I do not do drugs. I have no kind of head trauma, and all the doctors I've seen in the past 5+ years have never indicated any kind of neurological or psychological problem. perspective at bedtime. Sometimes I can feel something pushing or pulling at me. It would feel as if I took my hand and laid it on your head and directed you where you were going to look, but can't reach up and touch the hand. When it first happened, I thought I was legitimately losing my mind. Now that it's been happening for years, I ask myself, are things better or worse than they were? And every time the answer is better. And sometimes I feel like it's a guardian angel, but I don't like to put my thinking in a box and leave it there. What I imagine is some kind of creature that's been taking a liking to me. I really don't know. I'm not sick or in distress, just curious. I prayed for whatever this thing is to be revealed to me, and I just don't think it can be seen by our eyes or interacted with, but can perhaps interact with us to a point. That's different. Healthcare worker hauntings. Any of my fellow healthcare workers have experiences. I'd feel like the best stories I've heard have occurred in hospitals or nursing homes. Yeah, I sort of second that. I have a few, but here's my favorite experience I shared with a coworker. I worked trauma ICU for years, and as you can imagine, we saw horrific and heartbreaking situations. We saw many deaths that were unexpected. I worked night shift mostly. On this occasion, it was a middle-aged woman who was run over by a train. Surgery was attempted, but she ultimately succumbed to her injuries when she was in the ICU. My coworker and I were doing post-mortem care. We were cleaning her up the best we could before bagging the body and taking her down to the morgue. This room had larger windows, and I remember looking outside the city skyline as my coworker was trying to toe tag. Or tying on the toe tag. Excuse me. There was a figure standing between us and in the window reflection. I remember blinking a few times, thinking maybe my eyes were misinterpreting the reflection of my coworker and I. But there she was, a woman that looked just like the patient standing in between us. She was moving her shoulders like she was sobbing. My coworker noticed me looking out the window and looked for herself. I could also see her blinking, trying to make sense of what she saw. We then turned to each other as if to see if she could see something physically standing between us. We saw nothing. Turned back to the window reflection and the figure was gone. Took a break in post-mortem care after that. Mimic in our brand new house. Hi all, my roommate and I are young girls living alone in our college townhouse neighborhood. The house was built no later than maybe 3 or 4 years ago, and that's pushing it. Lots of weird stuff has been happening, and last night it all came to a head. We're all Christian and grew up Catholic, so we're all very much believing in spirits and demons and the power of Christ to defeat them. I had a dream maybe a couple of months ago of my dog growling at an evil presence. I rebuked it in the dream and in the name of Jesus and woke up suddenly because my white noise was off and it was 3:33 a.m. I wasn't too totally terrified, but then my coworker came over and said that she swore she heard me banging around in the back of the house when I wasn't home. And it keeps happening. I always hear my roommate banging around in her room when she's not home. Like, we'll hear knocking on the walls, and I've heard my dog wrestling around in this kennel when he's right next to me. And so I thought, maybe it's an animal. Until last night. Last night I'm sitting on the couch doing homework and watching TV. I let out like a low whistle, and I immediately hear repeated back to me. Again, all alone, so I just reminded the TV to see if it was just a really well-timed coincidence, and there was zero whistling. So I called my sister, who lives 3 houses down. I call her to come over. She runs over and doesn't see anyone outside around the house. So then naturally I go through the house with my industrial wasp spray can. Nice choice. And check to make sure no one's in the house. I would hate to be that person. I come back to where my sister is and say, "Don't whistle right now, I'm freaked out. But I didn't whistle at all. She heard my whistle again. My roommate finally comes home, but I tell her what happened. I leave, offering her to come with, but she says she's fine and wants to go to bed. Then she texts me in around an hour and says, "You back home?" And I say, "Nope." She tells me she's hearing me talking this whole time, and I just yelled, "Yoo-hoo," trying to get her attention. So she heard me talking too. So obviously, something's in the house, and my question is, as Christians, what do we do? How do we get rid of it, and can we get rid of it? TIA. I saw a shadow woman in my kitchen. This was a usual night for me, late at night playing the game, no lights on, and the only person awake. Had to have been playing with my buddy for hours at this point. Both of us were tired, and it was already 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, so he hopped off. I was thinking of doing the same, so I was just sitting in the home screen about to turn off the Xbox, till I hear my name get called out from behind me. At first, I thought it was my mind playing tricks on me. To be fair, I was half awake, so I gave it no mind. Then again, I hear Aiden. When I heard this, it woke me up like I just got water thrown on me. Sitting on the couch, staring kind of behind me in a pretty much pure darkness, waiting to see something for like a solid minute. Eventually, I snap out of it and say, "Mama?" No response, so I start walking to my mom's room, and I get there, and you have to walk past the kitchen, and that's when I see it. A silhouette of a woman sitting on the ground, back to the wall, knees to her chest and hands covering her face. I didn't know what to think, I just froze. When I finally snapped out of it, I just full-on sprinted toward my room, and me and my mom's room is pretty much right next to each other's, and I slammed the door, got underneath my covers. Then my mind starts to try and make an understanding of all this. Was I seeing things, or was there really something in the kitchen, and who was that? None of it made sense. There couldn't have been anyone there. I was sitting in the living room right by the front door. I had to have been seeing things. But then it hit me. It said my name. How could it have known my name? Somehow I ended up sleeping that night, and I still don't know what to believe years later. We moved out of that place, and nothing's happened since. Welcome to Paranormal M, where we dive into the most thrilling and unexplained mysteries. Subscribe now and stay updated on all of our haunting episodes. Are you ready to face the unknown? My friend knows he's about to die. I, a female 29 at the time, have a friend. Let's call him Wilson. He's a 42-year-old male at that time. He's my gay best friend. He frequents my condo whenever he's bored or just needs company. We'd stay up all night drinking coffee, telling stories, or coming up with the one, and, well, he's a film producer. It was December 2019. We're talking about paranormal, as we'd want to do a really good scary short film for a local short film fest. We got to talking about our personal experiences. I don't really have much, as I'm not sure if I believe in it. I'd say I'm open to the idea. There really are things we can't explain with science or logic, but anyway, he told me about this lady he sees in his dreams or in places with bad juju. He says she's always around just waiting for him, and somehow she seems to appear closer than in the past years. The lady had been with him since his college days, apparently. Then he says he feels like she's coming for him, and his time is near. We both fell silent, and laughed it off. Then COVID came. He got it during the first wave when COVID was at its most potent. He called me when he was in the hospital. Can't really visit him since there was a strict protocol during the time, and all we could do is exchange voice messages. He survived it the first time. We were both happy of course, and I told them we'll celebrate as soon as restrictions eases. There were lockdowns in our country. A month after, he told me the lady's a lot closer in his dreams now, and that he's afraid his time would be any time soon. Passed away a couple of days after that message. I miss him every day. Extra actor on set. We were shooting a horror film in an old house. It was built in the 1940s. It has a basement, then 2 floors, and a small attic. The master bedroom is on the 2nd floor. When you go up the stairs, it's like another room filled with floor-to-ceiling shelves and old books surrounding the entire anteroom. It was hauntingly beautiful, and one wall between 2 shelves is a French door leading to the masters. At the right side of that door is the stairs leading to the attic. Inside the masters is quite a roomy bathroom. The master bedroom and the attic have the most bad juju feels in the house. The basement's okay, and so is the rest of the house. We spent a total of 10 days shooting there. No sleepovers, though. Around the 7th or 8th day, we were shooting at the bathroom of the master bedroom. They could only fit 1 camera on a tripod, lights and a handful of crew people, and 2 actors for the scene. We were ready for take, and everybody was quiet and standing behind the camera. We were just waiting for the director's call for action. It was taking quite a while, and suddenly he angrily announced on the system, "Who was that person in the frame?" Of course, we're all puzzled, and the only people in the frame were the 2 actors. Apparently, in the director's monitor, he was seeing a person wearing black pants and black leather shoes. They were right beside the actor. In the frame and monitor, the camera wasn't really focused on this side of the additional person, so he was only able to see below the knee down to the shoes. Nobody wears black leather shoes for our line of work. All of us crew people were behind the camera. We can clearly see that no one else was there within the frame aside from the 2 actors. Moved the camera a bit, checked the lens, put it back in the same place, then no more extra person. Needless to say, we wrapped early that night. Something grabbed my foot while sleeping. The title says it all. For context, my family and I live in military housing in the northeast region of the U.S. And I've been in this specific house for about 3 years now. Ever since we've moved in, there'd been a very weird, almost eerie feeling to it that we couldn't explain. Almost as if something is watching you, but never makes itself known. I've had my wife search on the community Facebook page a while ago to see if anyone else has paranormal issues, at least with their housing, and apparently it's pretty widespread. Yay. Here are some things my family's noticed up to this point where physical contact has now been made. After about 4 months of living here, I've seen some black figure peeking up from behind the walls, and it's always out of the corner of my eye, my peripherals. And by the time I look, it's already gone. There's always some thumping and creaking noises upstairs. We hear it all the time from the downstairs when no one's upstairs. I usually chalk this up to the house being slightly older, but now I'm not so sure. My mother came to visit one time, and I didn't tell her anything about the paranormal stuff in the house. So I, don't freak her out. Well, turns out she saw something in the house in the form of a black, misty shadow just floating there, as she put it. It was in the guest room that she stayed in. She is significantly more in tune with her spiritual side than I am. I've distanced myself from that realm due to my father. More details on that further in the post. And now today I was dead asleep. The time was about 5:27. Checked the time after the encounter. I was woken up by something grabbing and squeezing my foot. I remember the exact dream I had and everything, albeit it was maybe a stupid brain-made-up dream. The grab was so prominent it woke me up immediately. I snatched my foot back, sat up and scanned the room. There was nothing there. The only thing that happened after that was a creaking noise near the full-length mirror. I started to try and rule things out, like maybe my wife accidentally kicked my foot or something, but nope. Her feet were about 3+ feet away from mine at the time, and she was still racked out and doesn't really move in her sleep. That would be the only explanation, but it felt like a straight-up grab. There was pressure put on both the top and the bottom of my foot, almost as if something were trying to shake my hand, but grabbed my foot instead. Additional details unrelated to the encounter, but provided even further context. Part of me thinks I'm hexed, if that's even the right word. My father practiced black magic when I was a kid before he went to prison, and ever since then I've seen and experienced a lot of paranormal activity in my life. Books flying across a room, seeing actual 7-foot-tall black figures, and more. I used to see people's auras very, very clearly, but I've tried to disassociate myself from the spiritual side for years to where I don't see them that often. I try to categorize my experiences in this house as happenstance, but now, since I've literally been grabbed, I don't really think about it anymore. My ghost cat, and the time I had my dad searching for it. I grew up in a tiny old coal camp, nestled on the top of the mountain in Wyoming. I was always that kid that was bringing home stray or injured animals, much to my single father's exasperation. When I was 7 or so, I began collecting and taming wild cats, so that our community program could get them spayed and neutered, so they'd stop reproducing in the numerous abandoned buildings in our little village. My dad wasn't happy about this, but he also was keenly aware that he'd been denying me a dog, something he did until I was 13. So I think he just chose not to fight that particular battle. People eventually started dropping cats off on our porch. We lived in a 2-bedroom mobile home, had been built in the 70s, which shows the water heaters directly underneath the electrical panel, and left for a number of years on our farm as a hunting trailer and field mouse mansion. My dad and his best friend would congregate in our living room each evening, without fail, grind through some video games, the noise of which I would fall asleep to. Still can't play the very first Call of Duty without getting sleepy. One night I was about 8 or 9 and still sleeping in the small bedroom at the beginning of the hallway. I was already in my room, but hadn't shut off my bedside lamp yet because I was finishing a Pokemon gym. Game Boy Colors didn't have a backlit screen. I was staring out into the hallway at the wood paneling and figured out my strategy when I saw what looked to be a fully corporeal black cat walking very quickly past my door and down the hallway. I sat there stunned for a couple of seconds for 2 reasons. 1, I didn't have any solid black cats, and 2, my dad wouldn't let any of the cats inside. So I hopped out of bed and trotted the few feet to the end of the hallway. I looked around for this magical disappearing cat, but I couldn't find it. My dad eventually looked down the hallway and noticed me acting weird. Asked me what in the world I was doing. When I responded that I was looking for a cat that I just saw, pretty sure that they thought I just lost my mind. Nevertheless, my confusion and certainty was enough to convince them that I was sure I'd seen a cat. So they both got up to look for it with me. An hour and a half, no cat. I was back in bed. I convinced myself that I'd been seeing things. A couple of months later, I'm sitting in bed reading with my back against the wall when I saw it again over the top of my book. I searched for it again, as I would the time after that. Eventually, just accepted that this cat was either able to slip in and out of dimensions or it was a ghost cat. I would see it every couple of weeks sometimes every couple of months. Sometimes I would see it coming from the living room. Sometimes it would be going toward it. It was always moving quickly, tail held high. And I grew up, eventually moved out. Eventually my dad did too. The mobile home was used as a storage building for a number of years until my dad died and moved back for a couple of years to sort things out. My ex and I were standing in my childhood bathroom one evening in 2017. We were discussing one renovation or another, and we were both partially turned toward the open doorway. All of a sudden, I see it again, as if it appeared directly behind the bathroom door and trotted past the opening and up the hallway. I say a little mental hello to it, pleased to see it, because part of me was worried that I wouldn't ever see it again. And as my eyes follow it out of sight, I see my ex turn to me with a confused look on his face. "Did you just see a cat?" he asked me. I actually laughed out loud. I told him stories about my ghost cat, but it was so validating to have someone else witness it. It's been a few years since I've been back home, so I haven't seen it in some time. I actually kind of worry that it gets lonely. Although I tell myself that's probably silly. The mobile home still stands. For no other reason than I don't know what will happen to my ghost cat if it doesn't have the hallway to walk up and down. The building itself isn't really inhabitable. Well, sturdy enough for shelter. It's been built onto, but beyond that. Can't bring myself to rip it apart for scraps because I know that in at least one way, it's still being occupied. Thinking of paying to have it moved, at least when the time comes. Just getting the electrical and turning it into a decent greenhouse or something. Is this proof there's something else out there? I was recently talking to my dad and an old story was brought up. I thought it was really interesting, so I figured I'd share it here. When I was a kid, I was really into anything creepy or horror related. I was eating dinner with my parents one night and asked if they had any paranormal experiences. Neither of my parents really believe in the paranormal. My mom said she didn't, but my dad told me he had one story. When he was growing up, his family was relatively poor. Because of this, he had to share a room with his mom. My grandmother had always been super into gardening, so the windowsill was full of flower pots and plants. My dad described seeing a little man wearing a flower pot as a hat. They would dance among the flowers when they went to sleep. He was really small, didn't seem to do much other than walk around the flowers. I described him as being almost a shadow. And so my dad figured he was seeing things and it was just a weird shadow cast by one of the flower pots. The thing is he would see this little man often. One night he decided to get up and go look at really what it was up close. And as he approached the windowsill, my grandmother woke up and warned him to go back to bed. She's always been superstitious and a believer of the paranormal, so she was also known to be no nonsense. When she told him to go back to bed, it wasn't with annoyance or tiredness, but with a sense of fear and urgency. He did what he was told and never went to see what the little man was again. An unsettling thing as the story was, it's not the real thing that creeps me out in hindsight. Like I said, I was very into anything creepy, and that also involved urban legends. One of my favorites was the duende, which is seen in some Filipino folklore. It was interesting to me as my grandmother was born in the Philippines. But without missing a beat, I told my dad that he probably saw a duende, and of course, he had never really heard of them. Even though my grandmother believed in them, she wasn't keen on sharing the creepier folklore with her sons. My dad looked up an artist's rendition of what they might look like. I saw his face go white. He said that's exactly what the little man he saw those years ago looked like. He thought it was crazy until he saw that picture. I still think about this. I live in North Carolina in the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains. On most days, sometimes nights, it's very peaceful. There's always a dense atmosphere in some areas, reminiscent of its dark past. This story is from October 2023. I was struggling with mental issues from family life, and me and my family decided to book a cabin between Banner Elk, Beach Mountain, and Boone. I think it was called... oh no, it was called... oh boy, I can't pronounce this. Vale Crucis, or Valet Crucis. A very nice town, and I hope it still is. And this cabin was a 2-story log cabin. It was upon a very steep mountain road, a 1-lane road, at least a mile from any building, if not more. It was very nice there. We settled in as my father had to watch our neighbor's dog back in Troutman. Me and my mom and my brother and sister, both 1 year old, had arrived a day before. It was raining, and as I said, with the leaves and crisp autumn mountain air, it was serene. But it was raining. My mom was always an outdoor person, so I was too. We settled in, relaxed, and just got the cabin ready. I helped my mom put the babies to bed and settled down on the couch for a bit. There was a deck in the back, about 8 or 9 feet tall, and this is going to be important later. A hot tub was against the wall with the staircase down to the right, and the wall from the left and a railing formed behind. Me being impatient asked my mom if we could go to the hot tub, even though my dad wasn't here yet. And surprisingly, yet reasonably, she said no, which is reasonable as there are some black bears around here a lot. The next day when my dad came here, he went in the woods behind the house, collected wood for a fire, did other father-son cabin activities with anybody else that, at a cabin would really do. Fast forward to the evening. We planned on going in the hot tub. We ate dinner, had a fire inside as it was too windy outside. After, we decided to go outside in the hot tub. We were all facing the backside of the staircase in the hot tub, and it was nice. But you know that feeling you get when you're kind of being watched? Yeah, me and my dad got that. But it wasn't said until later, just a look sort of passed around. Still brings back memories, and what I'm about to tell you hurts to this day. My mom had me take a picture. It was of her with my dad. They're both facing toward the railing, the one overlooking the forest. I snapped a few pictures, and I just got a weird sense of dread. So, me and my dad said, let's go inside. I sat down on the couch for a bit, and my dad went to smoke outside in the front porch like normally. Thought it would be relaxing to sit out there with him, so I sat on the porch too. I was just talking about how secluded this was, and my dad was talking about plans of where we could go hunting and fishing the next day. Then he got a message from my mom. My mom had sent a photo to her friend, and she pointed out something and sent it back to my mom. My dad showed me the picture zoomed in. It looked like a young Native American woman with a headdress. Background, indistinguishable faces research, we found an article about the area with an image of a Native American woman with the same exact face as in the image, headdress and everything. And guess what the article said? It went something along the lines of, after a war between two, I can't remember the names, tribes, one tribe caught a woman of another tribe, scalped and beheaded her, just down the valley behind the porch. I got chills. While I was there, since I got a new pocket knife, for some reason I carved a spear, and I was thinking and brought it home. And on the way home, I just started acting weird and seeing things. Got home, can't remember anything. My mom recalled me screaming, "It's coming, it's here," repeatedly. I then experienced extreme torment till February of 2024, having to be baptized and embalmed with holy water, and many other things. We very quickly got rid of the spear. It's very clear that that land is native land. Faceless shadow person. I, a 29-year-old male, always kept this to myself until recently. I'm hanging out with my brothers, 22 and 31. And we brought up some scary things that we'd seen. The home I was born in had 3 floors. We all slept upstairs, and the stairs heading to the main floor had an elbow at the end, so you rounded a corner to be facing the front door. I would have been 7 or 8 years old, but one night I woke up just parched. So I walked downstairs to get a drink. When I rounded that corner, there was a man, very tall and completely shaded. Can't remember a single feature. Scared me so bad that I fainted. Never happened to me again. I don't know how I ended up back in my bed. My family moved a couple of hours away from that home a year or two later. I didn't see that person again until my teens. I randomly would see them at night. Once outside my window in high school, and a few times in my room in the middle of the night. Figured I was lucid dreaming or whatever. The only time I told anybody was the incident of them being outside my window, which I told my dad the next day, and he was concerned and looked for footprints, but nothing else. About a decade later, talking to my brothers, and my older brother had the same experiences, including the walking downstairs and seeing someone at her first house. At the new house, he would see them standing outside in the middle of the cul-de-sac. He also mentioned it to my dad, who had to run out of the house armed multiple times to confront this person who would always disappear. I was shocked to hear my older brother have the same experience as I did, and describe the person the exact same way. He wasn't pulling my leg either. I could see in his face that he was as shocked as I was. We're not weirdos either. We're both successful engineers with normal track records as regular people. I was just curious what anyone else would think, or if anyone had a similar experience. Man's death in a tornado, followed by encounters in my childhood home. When I was 1, we moved to a new home. The previous owner of the house had died in an F5 tornado. His widow sold the house to my parents. I wasn't made aware of this until after the incident. My parents divorced, Mom remarried, and had several more children. And as a result, I ended up in a room in the basement to give me my own space as I got older. When I was 15, I had a friend stay over. I had several other nights done the same thing. We stayed up all night playing PS2 and watching movies. Before the sun came up, we both looked over at the stairs to see a shadow figure on them. It looked like a bald man. Hard to make out, but definitely a man. He didn't do anything, but disappeared shortly after. I moved on with my wife with no other encounter until I was 17. And again, I had 3 friends stay at my house, and in the basement we chatted all night. Had a great time playing ping pong and being normal teenagers. And again, before sunrise, we had an encounter. This time, it wasn't a shadow man. A large light orb afterlife. Of course, I told my family what had happened shortly after, which is when we made aware that there was a teacher who died in this tornado. He built that house for him and his wife. The wife actually died right around the time these encounters happened. Or, well, the second encounter. No more encounters have been had since. My friends and I chatted about the incident so many times now that it's impossible to forget the details. It was not just a dream, or is it? One night I had this incredibly vivid dream that felt so real. It stayed with me even after I woke up. In the dream, I was surrounded by a bunch of babies laughing, playing, and just having the most wholesome time. It was strange because I never dream about things like that. But in the moment, it felt so pure and joyful. I remember feeling genuinely happy, like I was protecting them or something. It was such a warm, comforting dream. But then the next morning I woke up and picked up the local newspaper. Front page, there had been a horrific accident that night around 1 a.m. A passenger boat had sunk after a party. It was carrying families, including little babies. The details were devastating. I just literally was sitting there staring at the paper, feeling this weird, numb emptiness. I couldn't process it. It was like my brain just shut down for a moment. I don't know how to explain it. Later that evening, I overheard my mom talking on the phone. She's a police officer, and she'd been part of the rescue operation. She sounded exhausted, her voice heavy with emotion. She mentioned how some of the victims, including children, couldn't be saved. I didn't know what to do, so I just walked away and went to water the plants, trying to distract myself. But the more I thought about it, the more unsettling it became. Like, was my dream just a coincidence, or was it something deeper? Maybe my mom, who's out there trying to save lives, was thinking about me and those children at the same time, or maybe somehow her thoughts reached me in my sleep. Or maybe it was something else. Something I don't even want to think about. The idea that it might have somehow connected to that tragedy in my dream even before I knew it happened is just terrifying. It makes me wonder if there's things in this world we can't explain. Things that linger in the air waiting to be felt, even in our dreams. I've only had one paranormal experience, and it still sticks in my mind to this day. Like I said, I've only had one paranormal experience in my life. It was when I was in 8th grade. My father was in the military, now retired. And since it was just me and him in the home when he went on deployment, I either had to go live with my mother or move to Indiana to go live with my grandparents. I chose my grandparents. So the first few months living with them were pretty normal. I got closer with my grandma, and she decided to tell me this story. It was a story about how she used to be a tutor, I think for English. She taught this little girl who was diagnosed with leukemia at a young age. So the doctor said she wouldn't make it past 1st grade. But through perseverance, she made it halfway through to the 3rd grade before she unfortunately passed. Throughout this time, my grandma was there from kindergarten to 3rd grade, helping her with work, sometimes even visiting her during doctor's appointments to cheer her up. When she passed, she gave my grandpa, or rather grandma, a bracelet of hers to keep. I don't know if you guys believe in important stuff from somebody carrying their spirit with them, but this made me believe it 100%. So during my summertime after 8th grade, I was still in Indiana. I'd stay up late playing Sea of Thieves with my friends, and I'd get hungry. So I'd sneak to the kitchen and make myself a sandwich or two. But on the way back, I had to go through the single hallway in the house that had the bathroom and the entrances to all 3 bedrooms in the house. You know, when you run into someone while walking, you stop and kind of lean back a bit to prevent hitting them? Well, when I started walking down the hallway, I get about halfway through and bam! Felt like I just ran straight into somebody that felt about up to my chest, and I fell to the ground. Not hard, but enough to make me land on my butt. I look up and I see a little girl in a pink puffy dress, but she's kind of opaque. She emanated this, soft light enough to where I could just see her, and it freaked me the fuck out, so I backed up a bit on the floor and bumped my head on the nightstand behind me. I blinked just for a second. Then she was gone, so I ran to my room, locked the door. Couldn't really sleep after, so I stayed up just until I had seen daylight and then passed out in my bed. I woke back up at around 2 p.m. The first thing I did was tell my grandma about it. I described what the girl looked like, and my grandma started crying. She told me I described the girl that she used to tutor. I have no idea why she decided to show herself to me, but maybe she wanted to tell me something I couldn't see. The weirdest week of my life made me question everything. About a year ago, I had one of the weirdest weeks of my life. At the time, my older sister was living at home, and the first strange thing that happened was with her grandfather's old wall clock. It randomly stopped one evening. We didn't do anything about it right away, as we were all kind of busy. But when we returned home hours later, we noticed the clock had somehow sped up, and it was now ahead of the actual time. Just to clarify, we were the only ones, or rather, not the only ones, we were only gone for a few hours. For some background on my family, before my grandfather passed away, he owned a shop where he fixed and made clocks. And he also worked with jewelry, but his clock expertise is what matters here. So we trusted his knowledge. That evening, my dad, who's usually a skeptical and calm person when it comes to anything spooky, was genuinely freaked out. He proceeded to explain how clocks work, saying that they don't just randomly speed up after stopping. Clocks simply don't do that, he said. Since my dad shares many interests with my grandfather and learned a lot from him, I trusted his knowledge. But if anybody has an explanation for what happened, let me know. The next strange thing that happened that week involved our solid wood door, which had never been slammed by strong winds and slamming shut on its own more than once. Don't judge us for not fully closing the door sometimes. I know it's not the smartest habit, but I live in a small town. First time it happened, we were all watching a movie together in the living room. My dad, my mom, older sister, younger brother, and me. My dad usually leaves the door slightly open so he doesn't forget to lock the garage before bed. About halfway through the movie, we heard a loud slamming sound. We immediately went to check if somebody had, maybe closed the door, but no one was there. The door, our solid wood, almost windproof door, had slammed shut on its own. That wasn't the last time it happened. Later that night after the movie, I went downstairs to my bedroom. The outside door to the stairs was right by the staircase. I quickly fell asleep, but the next thing I remember is my sister turning on the light. My legs were somehow in the air. My sister was freaked out and explained when she tried to wake me, she expected to touch my knee, but it was bent up. Instead, she felt my foot. This meant that my knees would have been close to my face to make that position. When we looked at the picture my sister took of me, it was clear that my knees were nowhere near my face. After talking about this odd incident, my sister explained the reason she came down to wake me was because the door had slammed shut, again for no apparent reason. The next morning, we checked the door and swung it, checked the hinges, and everything seemed normal. These were the strangest moments I remember from that week. Now here's why I'm bringing this all up. Recently, I was bored. I decided to go through the messages and photos between my sister and me. Been feeling kind of lonely since she left home, and I missed her that day. But when I tried to find the photo my sister had sent me of the strange moment with my legs, I couldn't find it anywhere. Not even in the trash. Curious, I asked my sister to send it again, thinking it had been deleted. To my surprise, she couldn't access the photos from just our conversations. Her phone wasn't letting her open them. Isn't that weird? heard my aunt's voice, but she was already dead. A few months before she passed away, my auntie, who was around 60 at the time, seemed healthy when I last saw her, though she had lost a bit of weight. She was close to my mom, her best friend, and always been a big part of my childhood. We went on trips together, and she'd always join us for Christmas. When I noticed her weight loss, she seemed happy about it, so I didn't think much of it. One weekend, I was visiting my boyfriend, staying at his aunt and grandparents' house in a different city. That morning, I woke up to her voice in my head say, "Good morning, campers, good morning, campers." Something my auntie used to say to annoy us and get us out of bed. I literally turned to my boyfriend and asked, "Did you hear that?" He looked confused and said no. I brushed it off as weird, but didn't think much more of it. Later that day, I asked to use the house phone to call my mom for Mother's Day. When she answered, she sounded upset, like she was crying. I wished her a happy Mother's Day, and she said it's not a happy Mother's Day. When I asked why, she told me my auntie had died. I was in complete shock. I had no idea that she was ill or anything was wrong. Apparently, her husband had gone to the pub the night before and came home quietly, not wanting to wake her. When he woke up in the morning, he realized she was gone. She had been unwell, but hadn't told anyone or sought treatment, preferring to keep it to herself. I feel her. What's strange is that I'd hear her voice that morning, not knowing she had passed or even that she was sick. It was the same auntie I'd heard saying, "Good morning, campers." Never experienced anything like that before or since. It made me think there's more to life after death. A weird dream before my nephew was found dead. I was living in Asia at the time when I had a strange and unsettling dream. In it, I was back in my mom's house in England. That's where my nephew had been staying for the past 2 months after going through a difficult time. My sister was there too, and we'd had an argument. I usually stayed in her room and visiting, but she wouldn't give it up for me. So I was left wondering where I could sleep. My own old bedroom was out of the question because I was allergic to something in it. And in the dream, I asked my mom, "Can I stay in my room?" And she responded, "I don't know where your nephew is. He's either asleep or he's dead." It was so unlike her to say something so dark. I woke up suddenly at 2 a.m. My heart was racing. I was thinking how strange it was. I checked my phone and saw a message from my brother, sent just minutes after I woke up. It told my nephew I had gone missing again. He'd disappeared before, but always came back. The first thing I asked was if he had taken his phone charger. When my brother said no, I felt a deep sense of dread. My nephew lived on his phone. It was unusual for him to leave without a charger. We launched a social media campaign that went viral. I had people praying for a safe return, and for a few days I tried to convince myself it'd be like last time. He'd come back. I attended a church retreat, and during the service, a speaker kept talking about suicide, seemingly directing his gaze at me. Even my friend noticed it. Still, I didn't connect it to my nephew and kept believing everything would be fine. However, something shifted after that night. I returned home and suddenly felt certain that something was wrong. My nephew wasn't somebody who could rough it outside for days. I texted my sister for updates, feeling uneasy. Moments later, my mom called, asking if I was alone and sitting down. I knew immediately something was wrong. She told me they had found my nephew's body washed up on a beach several cities away. He had gone missing at 6:30 a.m. the day I had that dream, and his body had actually been found the day after he disappeared, but it took time to identify him. We struggled to get answers and still don't know really what happened. At one point, I started praying just to get his things back. He had left with his bank card, passport, and phone. Miraculously, the very next day, 3 months later, the police called out of the blue to say they had found his passport and bank card listed as a member. I asked my sister to go through it to see if she could find any old pictures or maybe a message. Then at exactly 11:42 a.m. a notification appeared. Had my nephew's name in the top left of the chat. Or, excuse me, had my nephew's name and it said, "has left the chat." My sister was shocked. We checked other group chats, and although there was no notification, he was no longer listed as a member of any of them. I tried calling his WhatsApp. Said the number's no longer registered. Later discovered that WhatsApp automatically deletes accounts after 120 days of inactivity. When we backtracked the date, we realized 11:42 a.m. was the exact time of his last activity on the day he went missing. It suggested this was likely the moment he made his final decision. While it's still heartbreaking, knowing he probably didn't suffer for long was a small comfort. I continued having dreams where my nephew would tell me things or even apologize. It makes you wonder whether there's truly an afterlife or if our minds somehow pick up on information we're not consciously aware of. He was already dead at the time of the dream. I saw hooded figures sat around my dining table. When I was about 12, maybe 13, I was going through a period of sleepwalking quite a lot. Sometimes I'd remember bits of it, but sometimes my mom or sister would tell me they saw me walking around the night and brought me back to bed. This one particular occasion, I woke up on our sofa downstairs in complete darkness. After going to sleep in my bed upstairs, I can imagine I guess you can imagine my confusion. My lounge area also connects to my dining room, and as I sat up and looked around, I could just about see what it looked like people sat around the table. I just remember freezing at this point and felt absolutely terrified. For some bizarre reason, I eventually stood up and started to walk toward the dining room to get a better look. I genuinely have no idea why I did this or why I felt drawn toward it. And as I got closer, I could see figures sat around the table on each chair wearing long black cloaks with hoods pulled over their heads. Their faces were completely black, kind of like the ring wraiths in Lord of the Rings. I just stood there staring at them, and then one of them slowly turned their back to look directly at me. This was a bit much for me. I ran as fast as I could upstairs, shouting for my mom and saying people were downstairs. We came downstairs together a few minutes later, turned the light on, and no one was there. Told this story a lot, but nobody has any answers. I don't think it can be answered, to be honest. I'm not sure if they were some type of spirit, but I also appreciate that I could have still been in a dream state, projected my dream into reality. As I've grown older, I've also read a lot about the possibility of alternate universes. This is another possibility, I suppose. Either way, it was bloody scary. Kitchen tantrums. Not really a ghost story per se, but I live in a very old house, like 50 plus years. That's where many have had paranormal experiences. The most prominent one is in the kitchen, where people who've slept over or the housekeeper would be woken up by the sound of Tupperware and plates being smashed and drawers being aggressively pulled open and shut. It's as if somebody's violently throwing a tantrum in the kitchen. For the people who've experienced this in my house, they run downstairs to see what's going on, only to find nothing in absolute silence, and nothing broken. It's been such a recurring experience over the past 20 years or so that it's become somewhat expected if you're going to stay over. I'd never experienced this, so I never really believed it until it happened to me. But this time it was different because I was awake. I was on the phone on FaceTime to my boyfriend arguing. And suddenly, the kitchen is wreaking havoc. Text my dad who's in my room, or in his room, and I'm saying, "Are you awake? Can you hear that?" There's like a raccoon in the kitchen breaking things. Shall we check? Dad says, "Lock your room, don't go out." Me thinking, this must be the thing. Okay, let's just ignore it so I continue arguing with my boyfriend on FaceTime. It keeps happening again for about 10 minutes now. And at one point, I ask, can you hear it? It's really loud, like, can you hear my kitchen? We stopped arguing because I was getting distracted by all the noise. Asked my dad again if he's sure he can't hear it by text, by the way. And he's sure he can't. And also lets me know my cousin is literally sleeping in the living room on the sofa next to the kitchen. If it's anything, he'll obviously wake up. Okay, I ignored it. I went back to sleep. Woke up the next day, though, and everything was fine, of course. Asked my cousin, he said he slept like a baby. Literally nothing. I always wondered why the house decided to let me experience it that night. Like, while I was awake. Super creepy. And FYI, this house was inherited from my auntie, who bought it from a military general who supposedly had a live-in helper and maid who mysteriously, quote-unquote, vanished. Or at least never returned home after being employed by him. There were rumors for decades that he had murdered her and buried her in the property, but we don't know as it's really all hearsay. It's believed she haunts the house, but we don't believe it would be for malicious intent or anything. Maybe sometimes she just throws tantrums. She's still watching. She jumped. The thud echoed in the silence. I rushed to the balcony. My heart was pounding. Down below, a woman lay still on the ground. Her body twisted in a way that didn't look right. Her dress spread out around her. I didn't know her. I'd never seen her before. How did she get onto my balcony? Fear took over as I rushed downstairs. When I reached the spot, she was gone. No body, no blood. Just an empty street like nothing had happened. Had I imagined it? Then in the corner I saw something. The dress, the same dress she had been wearing when she jumped, was just lying there. But she was nowhere to be found. No one around had seen anything. No one saw her fall. Was it a hallucination, a trick of my mind? Days passed. Couldn't stop thinking about it. Who was she? Why did she jump? Where'd she go? Questions haunted me. Every night I had the same nightmare, body hitting the ground over and over. Then, one hot summer afternoon, I came home from school tired. Stepped onto the balcony for some fresh air, and that's when I saw her, standing in the middle of the road, wearing the same dress. She slowly turned to face me, and she smiled. A twisted, unnatural grin that didn't belong on a living person. My chest tightened, I couldn't move. She was waiting for me. I heard a ghost trying to sing, and it was ass. From my old job, I was a landscaper. For a bit of context, this took place around January 2022. And England at the time, that year, it's fucking freezing. Our headquarters were an old World War II RAF base. A bunch of the hangars had been converted into our storerooms and offices and whatnot. This one day, we've gotten a lot of jobs on the agenda. So my colleague picks me up early and we head over to the offices to get our tools and equipment loaded into the truck. It's about 6 a.m., so it's pitch black outside and it's absolutely Baltic. So after we got everything we needed out of the storeroom, I just kind of lingered inside the hangar building. A little bit warmer in there. Now these hangar buildings hadn't been properly renovated or anything, so they were really dingy and generally just spooky looking. And I had been told, at least, ghost stories from the base before, but yeah, I was so focused on trying to warm up I wasn't thinking about the ghost stories. I stood in the corridor opposite a set of double doors that leads into one of our storerooms, rubbing my hands together, hoping the friction will warm them up when all of a sudden, guess it would have been from just beyond the doorway, maybe coming from behind one of the open doors. And it just hummed 2 notes. It hummed the first note, and the second sounded like it was trying to go like an octave higher, but it was tone deaf. Oh, we made it like halfway there. It sounded like dog shit. Like if my mate had done that, I would have asked him to never pursue a singing career. But this low key only made it creepier. I tried to piece everything together in my head and come up with some kind of an explanation. It was undoubtedly a human vocalization, and my coworker was stood outside the hangar in the complete opposite direction, really. At least I think he was loading stuff into the flatbed. I just kind of stared into the deep darkness of this huge room just a few feet in front of me. Pondered for a few moments, then decided to just get the fuck out of there, because I was spooked. I decided I'd rather be freezing my bell off outside than stood in there with this ghost lingering about. Told my coworker about it, and he just kind of chuckled and said, "Yeah, probably." I can still hear it now, exactly how it sounded back then. The thought of the spirits chilling in that huge dark room humming to itself gives me the heebie-jeebies. A few months later, we had a bunch of tools in there, and I was asked to asset, like tag all of them. It took me a solid half a day, and had to do it completely on my own. The scariest 5 minutes of my life. Across and a bit further up the road from my home family in England is a woodland known locally as No Joke Wood. We used to drive past it pretty much every day. My dad always made half-jokey comments like, "You don't joke about No Joke Wood." So I always had the idea that there is some funny business about that place. Over the years, I'd learned a few bits of info, such as a plane crash during World War II in which the plane crashed in the woodland, killing the crew who were then buried the next village along. A few suicides had happened in there in the past, and the wood also sits atop a hill called Hangman's Hill, named as such because it used to have a set of gallows at the peak, immediately next to the woodland entrance. I told some of my friends from out of town about this place while they were visiting. Terrible idea, because instead of creeping them out entirely, it more so intrigued them. It was about 10:30. There were 4 of us, and my mates had made me take them to No Joke Wood. I did so, reluctantly. Although I must confess that I, too, was also relatively intrigued, for the fact I had a group with me only boosted my confidence. We entered the woodland, phone torches on, me and my mate Archie take the lead. It's dead silent, no sound at all, bar the whistling of the wind rustling the leaves and our feet treading over the ground. We passed a certain point somewhere in the wood and must have disturbed the birds, as one by one they all started to pipe up, cawing at us from their nests. Over the next few minutes, the cawing became louder, became more intense and denser. It was as though more and more birds were awakening and expressing their frustration to us, until it reached a point where it sounded more like distress or panic as opposed to anger and annoyance. It was loud to the point where we couldn't even hear each other speak. And as you can imagine, the near-pitch darkness or phone torchlit woodland, combined with the sound of hundreds of anxious birds calling at 100% volume in our ears, very quickly became very unsettling. We'd reached a clearing in the woodland and stopped. I felt a very strange, unexplainable energy of sorts. It was projecting itself from the northwest direction to my position. My other mate, Ellie, felt this too. We all kind of read each other's minds and quickly agreed to turn back and leave. Archie and I were at the back, and after a few steps we both heard what I can only describe as what sounded like someone wearing a large boot attempting to aggressively kick a tree stump. But their foot slipped, and the sole dragged across the tree instead. It was loud, like immediately behind us. We even heard it over the birds. And being real, we shit ourselves, bolted out of those woods full steam. At some point on the way out, when we're still in the woods, the birds randomly stopped. Like they didn't phase out. They quite literally went from 100 to 0. few friends from the village. They told me about a time they were in those woods taking shrooms and listening to music. And this one song, they heard a woman screaming, which confused them, and they'd never heard this before. They replayed that section of the song and heard nothing. Freaked them out, so they left. A few months later at Halloween, I posted in the local community Facebook page inquiring as to whether any locals had any paranormal experiences anywhere in the village. This one dude who actually went to school with my dad left a comment about an experience from the time when he was in the army. He used to go on runs in the morning around the village. This one time he decided to go through no-joke wood. When he reached the middle of the woodland, something compelled him to stop and slow down. As he did so, he developed a sense of tunnel vision, then described the sound of a woman screaming, loud enough that it could have been in his ears, but sounding distant at the same time. He never entered the woods again, and if I'm being real, when I read that comment, it low-key gave me a little bit of anxiety. Was this a demonic encounter? When I was 4 years old, my mom, aunt, and grandpa left to go help with disaster relief after Hurricane Katrina, since my grandpa grew up in Louisiana and very much still considered it a massive part of who he was. I ended up living with my older cousin, my younger brother, and grandma for a few weeks, maybe longer. We didn't really know when they would be back. One night I woke up in my grandpa's recliner in the living room, since it was where he usually slept, and I remember seeing the TV was on either Boomerang or Cartoon Network. I remember hearing what sounded like noises coming from the hallway where the front door was, looking to see what it was and seeing some shadowy figure walking down the hallway. I got up, ran up, and thinking it was maybe my mom, stopped maybe 2 feet away because I felt instant dread. I thought it was my mom, but it felt like something inside of me was telling me that it was not. I remembered looking down at me and me looking back into this weird, inky, swirling void. I think it was its face before it said, "Hello." I just immediately burst into tears, ran back to the recliner and hid underneath the blanket and closed my eyes. Then I remember waking up to what sounded like tapping on the entranceway that led into the living room. I saw the same figure. I started begging and yelling at my cousin and brother who were sleeping on the couch to wake up, but they never did. My grandma didn't wake up either, no matter how hard I was screaming or how loud. Nobody was there to help me. Then I remember seeing what looked like children start peeking out over the entranceway at all angles, sideways and upside down. I remember seeing maybe 20 around my age of all skin tones and hair colors. Then the figure I saw earlier just says, "Hello" again. And that was it for me. I just drove in between my cousin and my brother, trying to hide in between them, and passed out. I woke up in between them that morning and told my grandma everything. I don't know how many pictures I drew, but each one just disturbed my grandma. I remember just telling her how scary the shadowy figure was and how it wasn't a dream. The pictures she just threw away when I went to preschool that day. Wouldn't even let me talk about it. I remember telling my first grade school therapist about it and drew the pictures, and she just looked confused but terrified. I'm 23 now, still can't find answers. Thinking or even speaking about this event just terrifies me and makes me feel like something's near. The other day I'm talking to my boyfriend about it, and weird things around her apartment happened for a solid few hours. Does anybody know what this could have been? These are some of my true paranormal activity stories. After my great-grandfather passed away, I would stay with great-grandmother often. She lived completely alone. We would hear knocks on the door and walls late at night, footsteps and whispering, pots and pans clanging. I was only 4 or 5 at this point. She assured me it was just my grandpa, not to be scared. She would even sometimes talk to him in a jestful manner. I didn't fully understand because I was so young. She passed away a year or so later. and sister who were twins in the other room. They were barely a year old, still in their cribs. My mom and her third husband slept on a hideaway bed that folded out from the couch. My bedroom faced the living room where they slept. My door faced out where the couch was, so I could see them sleeping while laying in my bed at night. I had a large, sort of closet in my room with a metal frame bed. The first week we moved in, I began to experience things. I'd be awoken by noise and see a shadow moving around in the living room. I would get scared and cover my head and try to go back to sleep. I would hear something in the robe, or in the shiver robe closet regularly. Is that how you say that? And one night I was awoken by bright lights. Lights so bright my first thought was someone is maybe parked in a car in front of my window. That's impossible. One night I saw a figure, best described as the opposite of a shadow person, like it was bathed in light, standing over my mother. Some nights I would hear scratching or tapping on my window. One night my metal bed frame started shaking ever so slowly, then a little bit faster and more radically, like some faint type of force was just shaking it randomly. Shortly after that, I had my first experience with sleep paralysis. I told my mother about it the next day, and she admitted to having the same experience. She described it as a shadow man with a hood over his head, holding her down and sucking the energy out of her. We even made up a name for him, Hoodie. This was in '97. Didn't have internet, so we had no idea of this kind of thing being common or not. Sounds kind of super normal to me. Sweet dreams. Step into the darkness with Paranormal M, where every tale is a journey into the mysterious. Subscribe and ring the bell to join us for spine-tingling adventures. The unexplained is waiting for you. Guys, how do I get rid of this thing? The roommate who has the room next to me, Jay, has been hearing shit and seeing shit. Almost like maybe 2 months ago. I spent the weekend at my girlfriend's farmhouse, about 3 hours away. And while me and my girlfriend were spending the night, I heard something. Essentially, my girlfriend is asleep. I'm still awake, starting at the ceiling, or I'm assuming staring. I'm about to drift off when I hear a creepy, tiny voice say my girlfriend's name. My first thought is, well, at least it's not talking to me. And then it says my name and proceeds to say, I know you're awake. As scared as I am, I chalk this up to me having a very hyper-realistic nightmare. Close my eyes and try to ignore it. Fast forward to a few weeks later. My roommate reports she's been seeing stuff, like shadows and such. I wasn't too worried about it at the time, but it keeps getting worse. She recently reported hearing me talk when I'm not home. The first example was a few weeks ago. She texted me saying, "Hey, you home?" Which I responded, "No, I've been in class all day. Why, what's up?" She then informed me, "I just heard you knock on my door and call my name." Which, again, is scary as fuck because I was very much not home. Fast forward to today. Jay texts our roommate group chat and asks who's been refilling the water filter. I then respond that it couldn't have been me, just really not paying attention, and I'll be more attentive. Then she asks, "Hey, you're home right now, right?" And of course, no, I'm not. She then says, "Dude, I've been hearing your voice in your room. I've been hearing you all morning," which is creepy as fuck because I'm literally in class while I'm typing this. Some other things that have happened are Jay heard one of our mutual friends in the dorm. She texted asking, if so-and-so was at the dorm visiting. And he was not. I've never had that specific friend in the dorm ever. Another example is just what I've been experiencing. I hear just weird noises like stuff moving tempted to just tell it to fuck off and tell it to just kill itself, but I figured talking to the spirit would just make it more attached. How do I get it to go away? Is paranormal activity genuinely real? I hope this question isn't offensive. I'm a genuine believer in paranormal activity and things adjacent to it. But my logical side can't help but to find explainable reasons. I also have psychosis. I was born with it. So many of my paranormal experiences have merely been hallucinations. So I may be a bit biased to my disorder. But as I've said, I am a big believer in it. I have a relative that can see spirits and ghosts. According to him, most are benevolent. Some are malevolent. I'm a spiritual person that is also, well, known of the effects of quote-unquote black magic and bizarre evil eye things, widely believed to be untrue. My great-grandfather had taken a freshly made lunchbox to work. He'd come across a man with a gaze that could only be described as evil. When he opened the box again, it was molded and full of bugs. Things like that frustrate me. I'm a logical person, I rely on facts and science, but when it comes to the paranormal, so much seems to be unexplainable. My question pertains more to things like skinwalkers. I've heard countless stories. I'm an avid fan of no sleep, but in my point of view, so much of it can be explained by science. For example, with people hearing voices, ravens and other animals are impeccable mimickers, or sounds of screaming sound similar to bobcats. When it comes to hearing your voice being called randomly, I attribute it to auditory areodolia, or maybe another psychological symptom. Not to mention that the brain is great at seeing, hearing, or even feeling sensations that aren't present, especially in fear and the obvious hallucinations. I genuinely have come to ask. There's no amount of research that I can do that gives me a scientific answer. It's a paradox for me. On one hand, my logical side attributes these cases to science-related phenomena, while the other attributes them to my understanding of the paranormal and spiritual-related things. Possible doppelganger. So for some context, I, a 30-year-old female, work at a warehouse from 8 p.m. to 5 a.m., and my commute is about 30 or 40 minutes depending on traffic. Usually after work I stop at a grocery store and get stuff for dinner or snacks for my kids. My brother is one of the managers in the morning shift. There's another 2 coworkers with him. At that time of the morning, they're working on produce, which is in the back part of the store. That's where there's a swing door with 2 large windows. So sometimes I'll tap on the window, say hi to them, and go about my day. About 3 months ago, I had to go on an LOA due to personal reasons. I was supposed to return to work a week ago, but my return to work paperwork is still pending. I never really told anyone at work that I was returning, since they're not the ones that deal with that. It's a whole different department that's in a different state. Last night I got a message from a team leader telling me that she was reaching out to me to understand my intentions on returning back to work that's what they wrote. Thought it was weird because, to my understanding, they can't reach out to ask any questions if you're on a medical leave. I just texted her back that my paperwork was pending, and that the department in charge would reach out to her. She said thank you and asked if I'd forgotten the doctor's paperwork. I was confused, and I told her I'd reach out to the LOE department. I went to bed, and at around 5 a.m., a coworker messaged me asking me why I left earlier. I thought that she had sent the message to the wrong person, so I ignored it and tried to go back to bed. 30 minutes after, my friend and coworker texted me saying, "Hey, I heard you come back to work. Anna told me she saw you were walking to the office. The thing is that we have to scan in a key to go in. Since I'm on LOA, even if I return to work, I wouldn't be able to use it for 2 weeks. Which is the time it takes for them to have all my information in the system again. On Sundays, there's only 20 people compared to the 200 plus Monday through Friday. So everybody knows each other pretty well. I found out the reason the team leader messaged me was because she saw me go to the office and leave. The 2 other coworkers that messaged me thought they saw me too, but at a different time. And one of them saw me go to the office, looked around, head back to the parking lot. It was weird, but I convinced myself maybe it was someone else. My brother texted me about an hour later asking me if it was just, or rather if I was just by the union table, and asked me why I didn't say hi today. I told him that I was still lying down and that I wasn't back to work yet, so I wouldn't be there this early right now. He thought I was meeting with him since I told him I was returning to work last week, but I had forgotten I never told him about the delay. He told me that all 3 of them saw me by the union table, and that I just looked straight ahead and kept walking. He messaged me at 6:20, which is the time I would normally be there after getting off work. That means 6 different people saw me at separate times in different places doing a routine I usually do while I'm at home the whole time. Started feeling panicked and called my mom to try to calm down, but I can't stop thinking about it. Things I can't explain. Can you? I've grown up and gone on spending the night at my grandma's house ever since I was born. I've never had anything weird happen there until maybe the last 6 to 8 months. For backstory, my grandpa did pass in this house in 2019. It was due to a sudden heart attack. But even so, I've never felt anything off until almost a year ago. It started with waking up in the middle of the night and just feeling scared. Scared to the point I would open up the Bible app on my phone and start reading and praying. Note, I've never felt like doing that before sleeping anywhere. I'm a Christian and I read the Bible and pray daily in that house. And that's with my grandma. We also watch church together on Sundays. Some weeks after that, I had a weird dream. I saw a face that had white paint on it with black around the eyes. I simultaneously felt my pillow being pulled from under my head, and then I instantly woke up. One day, we're sitting on the couch. One of my grandma's big fake plants just fell over with no one around it. My mom jokingly said, "Oh, you have a ghost here." I woke up with a large scratch mark on my throat and back. I don't have long or sharp fingernails or sleep with any of my pets. Out of the corner of my eye, I feel like I constantly see a shadow or something move in and out of my grandfather's old office. It pretty much stayed in all the time. There's a small wooden cross that's in the guest room I sleep in. I started to put it on the pillow next to me while sleeping after these incidents occurred. I went to bed and I woke up with the cross still on the pillow. No one went into that guest room the entire day, and that night the small wooden cross that was not on the pillow was on the shelf clear across the room. I've heard weird knocking sounds coming from my grandma's closet. And more recently, when I was coming over and bringing in groceries, I heard something fall over that was loud. Didn't know what it was until I was washing my hands and realized my picture from my high school senior pictures that's in a frame on my grandma's counter was knocked over. No one was around when it was knocked over. I haven't told my grandma about any of this. It's because I don't want to scare her. I'm more so asking to see if what I'm feeling is real or just being dumb about it. I've tried to pray it away, but stuff keeps happening. And I don't believe in ghosts, but I do know that demons exist. I just can't understand how or why would be a presence in a place place that has my safe haven, at least since I was a kid, and why it's starting recently all of a sudden when we both are Christians who routinely pray and do devotions openly, and even watch church together. I didn't know that was a show. I don't want to be afraid every time I go there and spend the night, but now things are adding up seemingly. I just can't justify all of them being coincidences anymore. What I experience after setting a boundary with the spirit world. I know this isn't necessarily a spiritual community, but I wanted to share something that's been happening to me. As I've gone through my personal journey, I've developed an incredibly strong connection with my late grandmother. It's not just a feeling. She's with me constantly. I sense her presence, and at times I even hear her. But here's the thing. I don't think I fully realized that she had been with me my whole life until something happened that completely changed everything. One night I kept hearing knocking repeatedly. It wasn't just random sounds, it felt deliberate. I finally asked, "Is someone here?" And the second I did, I knew. I felt it in my entire body. I'd never been more scared in my life. I was completely frozen, unable to move, like my body just locked up in sheer terror. After a moment, I gathered myself and said out loud that I would be the only presence of beings. I would only allow the presence of beings aligned with my highest self. That anything else was not welcome. The moment I set the boundary, something wild happened. It was as if every single person I've ever known who had passed away moved through me one by one. It wasn't scary anymore, it was peaceful. I felt this overwhelming sense of closeness, like I was touching something beyond this world. It's hard to explain, but it was unlike anything I've ever experienced. And that's when I realized my grandmother had been with me all along. It was only after that moment, after I gave permission for these connections to happen, that I became fully aware of her constant presence. And since then, she's been with me at all times. Since then, I've had more moments like this. Deep, undeniable experiences that feel way too real to ignore. I'm curious if anyone else has gone through something similar. Have you ever had an encounter where you just knew you were in the presence of something from the beyond? And if so, how did you handle it? My uncle passed away almost 2 days ago. Some strange things have been taking place since. My uncle unfortunately passed away from liver cancer just under 2 days ago. Last night was the first night since his passing. At around 1 or 2 a.m., the power in our apartment went off. I ignored it. Tonight was the second night since his passing, and again, just before 1 a.m., the power in the apartment went off and then came back on again soon after. This rebooted the printer right next to my bed and startled me. This got me out of bed because I thought that it could have been him trying to communicate with me, or even perhaps let me know that he's still there. I'm not an expert or majorly interested in the paranormal, but I never rule anything out. I decided I would go to the living room where everything was still dark and silent to try and sense him. While I was walking to the living room, I got the strong smell of ammonium. This is important because, unfortunately, when somebody dies of liver cancer, they begin to smell very strongly of ammonium because it's no longer filtered like it would be in a normal person. I could smell all this during the final days with my uncle, and was the smell of ammonium. I went into the living room, and at one point, when I stood in the middle, I had goosebumps all over my body, especially toward the back of my head. When I walked away from that spot, the goosebumps would gradually go away. I shed some tears, and I tried to say some words to him. I also asked him to send me another sign. A sign that it was really wasn't playing tricks. At this point, I was a bit of a mess, and at a total loss as to what to do. So I lit a candle and played one of his favorite songs. The light of the candle flickered a huge amount, such that it was almost like having a strobe light in the house. However, I haven't seen what that candle is like when it was first lit before, so maybe this is something that it does every time. The other thing that happened was that there was a bunch of dogs outside that started barking, and apparently this is supposed to be a sign of some paranormal activity. However, I do live in a city known to have a lot of stray dogs. What do you all make of this? Do you think this is my uncle trying to communicate with me, or do you think my mind was just playing a trick on me? If this happens again tomorrow, what things can I do to try and communicate with him? If it's indeed him. I think something saved me. Okay, so I moved to this little mountain town for college when I was 17. I was extremely excited to leave my hometown as I had a pretty tumultuous high school experience. My roommate seemed pretty nice, but had a different upbringing than me. I was raised in an agnostic home, while our parents were very, very Catholic. Anyways, she went crazy the first week and went to countless parties. I was anxious by nature, so just took it easy while I tried to adjust living on my own for the first time. After the first month, she found a boyfriend. Let's call him Phil. I hated this guy. Phil was this weird 26-year-old dude who hung around the campus even though he, didn't even go to the school. They met at a party, and soon he was coming into our dorm on a nearly daily basis. Our room was tiny, so tiny that our beds were inches apart. I had so many mornings while I would wake up to see his ugly back inches from my face. I started to pull back from my roommate and tried to avoid my own dorm as much as possible. One day she asked me if I wanted to go out to get some food with her and Phil and a friend of his. I said yes, of course, because what college student says no to free food? So at 10 p.m., we're waiting outside for his pickup truck. And just before we go inside, she lets me know that this is actually a double date with his friend that I've never met. I'm mad as hell. I should have walked off, but the promise of chicken wings and beer was just too enticing. Don't blame you. Since, she didn't know I was a lesbian, and honestly it was too late to back out, I just follow her into the truck. Phil's friend Dave was a weird-ass guy. He was also 26 and kept trying to hold my hand. I was gonna say something, but I saw a shotgun on the floor of the truck. To someone who just moved from California, this was pretty jarring. Decided to just suck it up so I could get my free food and beer. We got our chicken wings. The guys had a case of beer, so we headed to the park. Or that's where, they said that we were going. Nope, we drove 20 minutes to the middle of nowhere through the woods to this open field. In the middle of this field, there was an old abandoned-looking house. Even my roommate was getting weirded out. I was staring at this house, and a sense of dread was washing over me. The closer we got, the more I could see this house. It looked like it was on its last legs. The house was made out of wood and looked burned, and the windows were all cracked. Phil was telling us it was a haunted house and thought it'd be funny to scare us by taking us on a little ghost tour. My stomach was doing flips. I never spoke to her again after that. I left that college after the first year from unrelated reasons. I honestly just didn't like it. Moved to another city where I was closer to extended family. This was nearly a decade ago, but I've been having dreams about that thing I saw in the window lately. I keep seeing those red glowing eyes staring into me while I sleep, and this feeling of dread when I wake up. Out of curiosity, I googled Phil's name. That asshole is now on a sex offender registry. I get chills thinking about it. I don't know if he had had intentions with my roommate and I on that night, but I wonder about the creature I saw. I wonder if it was all in my head or just my brain warning me something was off. Was it some sort of entity telling me that something bad would happen if I went inside that house? Was it trying to protect me? I still can't decide if that thing was evil or not, but I'm weirdly grateful to it. I appreciated the vomit defense. I think I used to hear my deceased dog. Please try to debunk. So as you read, my family had to put my dog down in 2020. I grew up with him. My parents had him before they had me. And I was honestly really close with him. He was very attached to both my mom and I. He would constantly follow us and wanted to be around us all the time. After he passed, which was during COVID, I noticed a few months later that I'd started hearing him around the house, specifically when I was alone. During COVID, I often left home alone since I had I had an online class and my parents were out working. The first time I heard him, it was the distinct sound of his collar jingling. His collar was really loud because it had quite a few tags on it, and it sounded like it came from right in front of me. I thought I was being delusional, so I went to my room, which was down the hall, to make sure his collar didn't fall, which I had on my shelf, and it hadn't moved at all. Thought maybe I just imagined it since I was still missing and thinking about him, but it kept happening every so often for 2 years straight. One time I'm downstairs in the basement, home alone again, and I heard the sound of him walking on the floor above me, specifically how it sounds when a dog's nails click against a wooden floor. The sound went on for probably maybe 20 seconds. I literally ran upstairs because I thought maybe my mom came home, but again, I was alone. I heard his collar sounds until around 2022. My parents separated in 2020. Not long after he passed and my dad moved to a new house. I not once heard him at my dad's place, only at my mom's house. My mom moved houses in 2023, and I haven't heard from him since. And oh wait, there was only one time I did hear him when others were around me. I was at my mom's house, and her, my sister, and I were having a conversation at the dinner table. In the middle of my mom's sentence, I heard his collar so loudly that I was 100% sure that, well, they would have heard it too. I literally shushed her. I asked if they had heard it too, and I will say they most definitely thought I was crazy. I never mentioned it to them or anyone else again because I think my mom thought I was a schizophrenic. At this time, I had the collar in my dad's new house, and I don't know if I really heard him or not. Don't really have a logical explanation for hearing such a distinct sound over and over for 2 years in a row. I think I'm more, well, I guess you could say in tune vibes I can't explain. A close friend of mine lived in this house for years with his family. It was rented. When they eventually decided to move on, when they finally decided to move on, the mom disclosed to my mom that it was haunted. Both parents were skeptics previously. Weird shit went down over the years they were there, though. The grandfather is a carpenter. Put up a bookshelf. One night while they were eating it flew off the wall. Didn't drop, it flew. When the kids and wife were away visiting the other grandparents, the dad claimed he walked past the office and saw a little girl stood there. When they all went to a holiday, the neighbors pulled the mom to the side and asked, "What security system do you use?" The mom was baffled. "What do you mean?" "Well, the lights turn out at different times throughout the house. We thought you had something in place." Another friend of mine growing up again had parents who weren't the typical type to say they had ghosts in their house. When the kids were at school, the dad would hear people running up and down the stairs, asking his wife why the children hadn't gone to school. His son at one point asked for the bed that wasn't a bunk bed, as he didn't like the little girl that went underneath it, as he put it. My mom's very close friend growing up claimed that they had a little boy who used to walk along their landing and use the toilet every night to wash their hands. My mom called bullshit. However, when her friend returned to the house decades later, she hovered outside looking at her childhood home. The owner came outside and asked what she was doing. After she explained, she was invited in. After getting the tour, the new owner said, "You might think I'm nuts saying this, but did you ever have an experience with a ghost here walking the landing?" She laughed and explained it was a friendly being. All three of these scare me because knowing all of them, I just don't see how they could be made up. My jewelry box is a portal to somewhere else. Back around 2018 or so, my mom bought me a standard jewelry box. I'm assuming from Amazon, but I never confirmed it. A plain two-tiered box made of cherry-stained wood. It's a timeless piece for myself, and I placed it in the lowest shelf on my bookshelf in the room. I had the jewelry box at least 6 years or so before anything started happening. And I want to preface this by saying no one goes in that jewelry box. I live alone in the US, and it's kept locked with a key, as I have several precious heirlooms inside. One day I decided, hey, I'll clean this out and get rid of anything cheap or unused. I proceeded to do that while taking inventory of everything I kept and didn't. Every item in the box I'd been collecting over my life, so it was all familiar to me. Every item was in a designated spot and nothing was out of the ordinary. About a week later, I returned to the box looking for a specific piece. I grabbed the key, unlocked the box, and upon opening found an Australian coin featuring Queen Victoria on the face and attached to a long, thin silver chain. It was lying on top of all my other jewelry. The chain stretched to its complete length across the other pieces. I froze, unsure of what this was, as I had a week prior. I completely cleaned out this box. Didn't own a piece similar by this by any means. Showed it to family and friends, asking them if they'd ever seen this necklace. Everybody said no. I half joked that I had a portal in my jewelry box. And someone out there, someone was just missing their necklace. I continued to wear the necklace thinking it might have been good luck, and thankfully nothing terrible has happened. Fast forward a year, maybe two, no similar incidents occurring. I go back into my jewelry box, and there on the top of all the other pieces in the same fashion as the last was a heavy gold rope necklace. Again, I've never owned a necklace like this, but I've always wanted one. I put it on and wear it every day, and it doesn't tarnish. Friends, family, coworkers, they all compliment it. They even suggest I get it tested to see if it was real gold, which I do plan to do soon. This second instant mostly solidified in my mind and the possibility that there is some portal within my jewelry box. It doesn't bring me anything else but jewelry. hopes of finding some answers. Working in a morgue in the 90s. The following took place in approximately 1990. It was in a Southern California medical school morgue. I will relate things in detail, as I can clearly still remember them as if it were yesterday. All the names of the principals in the story have been changed to protect their privacy, especially those of the decedent. The entrance to the main morgue office and laboratory is housed behind a solid, secure pair of double doors. These doors are often left open during work hours, but if no one's in the office, they're secured. As soon as you step through the threshold in front of you, about a yard away is a big blue shower curtain that conceals the room behind it. To the right is the office area that's somewhat cramped with 3 large desks and 1 huge filing cabinet. The extremely basic files of each case, their ID number and death certificate, are initially kept in the file drawers until after the case has been used or moved on to its next location. To the left is a large storage area. It houses large freezers for bodies as well as numerous shelves with specimens and supplies. As cliché as it may sound, the day of my sighting started out like any other. I was only one of the, I was rather the only one working on 3 separate cases that were all situated in their respective gurneys, and in their own level of the embalming process. I've been working on the cases for approximately 3 hours, without interruption from any of my coworkers. I think it's safe to say that I was very absorbed in my work on that particular day. It was getting close to lunch, and I decided to wash up and head to the office to take my lunch. As I passed by the door to the room that held the 3 large vertical refrigerators and the row upon row of already embalmed bodies, I looked to my right, clearly saw a full-sized apparition. I froze in my footsteps like a character in a cartoon. Looked to my right further to see an older man standing in front of the closet vertical refrigerator. He was simply standing there. I could see through him, but at the same time clearly identified as a person. As I stood there, I just looked for what seemed like minutes. It was probably only seconds. The apparition turned and looked at me and simply faded away and disappeared, almost like cigarette smoke dissipates into its environment. I continued to look in that direction, dumbfounded. It wasn't scary in the least, but almost comforting, as if it was completely natural and an everyday occurrence. I merely went into the office and saw my coworker William and exclaimed, "You won't believe what I just saw." He was completely unfazed and looked at me. He said that you saw a ghost. I was more taken aback by his knowing what I'd seen that I had truly seen. He went on to tell me that he has seen quite often and enjoys the interaction when it does happen. When we told our coworker Joe what I saw, they were completely taken aback, scared, and frantic. I tried to explain the quote-unquote visit as more of a comforting interaction. At least more so than one like, a typical Hollywood haunting. But that offered little comfort, and the rest of the day was rather off-kilter. One of the other employees that worked for the morgue office and a paperwork capacity exclusively was Lola. She worked way down the hall, away from the actual work facilities. She was basically responsible for processing every piece of paperwork that needed to be dealt with through our office. She was a petite, insightful lady who believed strongly in spirited events that involve interactions with the deceased. She would often attend seance-like events with friends, and has reported successful contacts. She had plans to attend one of her spiritual meetings. The following day, she would bring it up to the group in attendance. We all kind of thought thought that was kind of neat, but really shrugged it off and didn't think of her involvement in the situation again. That was until 3 days later, when she came to speak to us about what she had come across. Apparently, her group leader during their seance-like meeting reached out inquiring as to the desire of the apparition to appear before me. The group leader received the sense that the apparition was just somewhat confused and didn't quite know where to go. This theme continued during the meeting, with the sons of the apparition just being uncomfortable and lacking direction. The other extremely noteworthy feeling the group leader came across was the letter W constantly appearing before her. It was as if the whole meeting and interaction with the apparition revolved around the level of confusion and the letter W over and over again. Everyone's curiosity was spiked by what Lola had to say, me especially. We all then walked over to where I saw the apparition. I explained to everybody what I saw and where I saw it. That's when things got a little bit eerie. I don't recall who noticed it, but in one of the refrigerators directly in front of where I saw the apparition was a name tag and a label. The tag said William Wood. There's no doubt in my mind as to what I saw that day. And reflecting back upon it, I believe my conscious level of thinking was down while my subconscious level was up, having been so involved in working in the cases all morning. I think somehow this allowed my subconscious, or perhaps inner spirit, to perhaps see something that I would not normally see. A heightened level of relaxation or openness, so to speak. Is this paranormal? I think I experienced something paranormal. My pawpaw died a few years ago, overdosed after my dad got arrested. He had a ton of random stuff, but all of us grandkids got some of it. I have quite a bit of random things from him, including this old car piggy bank that has a music box in it. I used to keep it in my cabinet on display. One day, a random day, I took it out to show a friend and I spun the key so it'd play music. After it finished, I put it back into my cabinet. Hours pass, and it's now night. I'm lying in bed watching TV when the music box dinged. It was just one ding. I know music boxes can sometimes play a note or two even after the song, but I felt it way too long after that. Or rather, it. Not to mention, nobody else touched it after I put it into the cabinet. I told my aunt about it, who I lived with at the time, and she was entirely convincing that it was my pawpaw. My aunt has this old clock that used to sit in this mantle. It's broken, doesn't work, but she says on occasion the clock hands will move. And there have been other things that have happened in that house as well. One night while me and my uncle were out, they were out, rather, I suppose. Let's figure this out. One night while me and my uncle were out, my aunt said some crazy shit happened to her. And for a bit of context here, I always wear a lanyard with keys on it. And I'm really quiet and I tend to startle my family. When I run up and down the stairs, my keys jingle a lot. My aunt said she was walking around upstairs when she heard this country song playing. Something about being watched. She said she only heard it in one specific spot. She also said she heard my keys jangling, despite me not even being home, and having my keys on me. She also said she heard the garage door open, those large rolling doors, and the garage light turned on. When we got home, the light was in fact on, and she was so terrified we had to search the house. There was nobody and all the doors were locked. She has this theory that the house is haunted by an old man. She knows mine and my cousin's room were his workshop. We built the 2 rooms and there was one when we moved in. She says he's very similar to her grandpa and not a harmful spirit, just to protect her in a way. Does anyone have any opinions on this or what it sounds like? Can this all be explained or is it paranormal? light. This occurred about 4 years ago. I had just had a bad episode of withdrawals from opiates, and while the worst was over, I still had not slept in roughly 5 days. I finally took 50 milligrams of Benadryl to try and induce sleep. Red flag. Now, I've done the awful DPH trip when younger out of desperation, which involves consuming at least 200 milligrams plus, at least 4 to 10 times the recommended dose. And it's an awful experience where not only can you badly move, all you get is subtle auditory hallucinations and shadows, most looking like spiders crawling and jumping around. Meanwhile, you feel so shitty and doing anything is a chore. Anyway, to get back on track, as the 50 milligrams of Benadryl kicked in, I was laying in bed with the lights on, and the door cracked. Very gently, as if, not wanting to... Very gently, as if to not want to starts me. A very vivid blue light in the shape of a ribbon slithered like a snake at the top of the ceiling, making its way toward me. I remember I felt this intense relaxation overcoming me. I felt so serene and at peace. I was already emotionally a wreck as I felt so much of my life had been spent chasing drugs, and I was actually crying not much earlier. And it was because I was remembering the kid I used to be before picking up the needle. At no time did I feel startled, right? As the blue snake-shaped light grew closer until it was just above my head and circling around near the ceiling. I recall thinking, I'm never gonna forget this. Now I've experimented with every psychedelic to the extreme and never witnessed something so vivid while being so lucid. And this was definitely not sleep deprivation. I have minor hallucinations, but nothing like this. Also, it was how calm and at peace I felt. Circled above my head, and that's the last I recall before finally falling asleep. Personally, I'm a total skeptic, but this is the one event in my life I cannot explain. My experience with shadow people. 1. A few years ago, I was sleeping with my girlfriend at the time. Somewhere in the middle of the night, I woke up and saw a shadowy figure sitting next to me. I didn't give it much thought. I assumed it was my girlfriend sitting up because she couldn't sleep or something. I tried to hug her, but my arm just fell through empty air. And that's when I realized my girlfriend was still lying next to me, fast asleep. I didn't think much of it. I assumed I was just tripping and went back to sleep. That was until my girlfriend told me about her dream in the morning. She dreamed of something sitting on her and choking her. 2. At my cousin's birthday, I told my aunt about something that happened at my grandparents' house when I was around 5 or 6. It was during a family gathering that lasted late into the night. Eventually, my parents and I got tired and went into the room to sleep. I couldn't fall asleep for a long time. I've always been a light sleeper. Every little sound would just keep me awake, and that night I could still hear people talking and laughing from the other room. At some point, I saw the door slowly creak open. Thought it was just someone passing through. My grandparents' house had this weird layout where you go through one room and get to the other one, and instead of somebody walking by, a dark, shadowy figure stepped into the doorway. Stopped next to our bed completely still, just standing there. I stared, frozen, thinking maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. Then it opened its eyes, bright, unnatural white, and stretched into this wide grin too big for its face. My aunt listened to my story without a surprise. She said that she expected something like that to happen in that house. It was normal to hear someone snoring at night even when everyone was awake. The sound would drift through the walls as if someone was sleeping just out of sight. But there's never anybody there. They could never figure out where it was coming from, and the footsteps. She said you'd hear them too. Not soft creaks I can't explain what my parents encountered. I helped my parents at their business, and recently I was on my way to work with two other guys who worked for them. We were sharing creepy paranormal stories and laughing, while my parents sat in the front seat focused on their own conversation. So I asked my mom if she had ever experienced anything paranormal. Before she could answer, my dad chimed in, reminding her of an encounter they had both experienced at their old job. You see, I'm from southern Chile. They used to work at, oh boy, Termas de Puyahue, the popular hot spring resort that had been around since 1910. Termas de... I can't do it. Anyway, I've been there a couple of times, and it's surrounded by deep forest. And it's really beautiful. Y'all should look it up. It's spelled Termasdepuyehue. And it's also where they met. So they told us that one night during their break, they and some friends decided to walk through a small forest trail. It was a hiking trail managed by the hotel. It was meant for guests who were staying there. During the day, people could walk it freely, but at night it was completely off limits for obvious reasons. Still, they thought it'd be fun to explore it after dark just for the LOLs. It was pitch black, and the only way they could see was with lighters. I think one person had a flashlight. Mind you, this was before they had cell phones, so no quick access to light. As they were walking, a tall man suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He was dressed in formal black clothing, wearing dark sunglasses, literally like a stereotypical cult character. They were all pretty startled and were like, "Hey, you're not supposed to be here at night, sir." But the man didn't say shit. He had no source of light on him, yet he walked deeper into the forest and just disappeared. Completely creeped out, they all decided to turn back immediately, and they were just laughing it off. Does somebody have a similar story or theories? I don't know what this could have been. Not it. After 25 years, I was able to confirm my only paranormal experience actually happened. I, a 33-year-old male, am a skeptic when it comes to anything paranormal. I generally don't believe anything related to the paranormal and would find explanations for what may be deemed paranormal, that is. Except for one, which happened to me and my siblings back in 2000. My family, my parents and two younger siblings, they live with their grandmother in a 2-story house. Our family lives on the ground floor, whereas my grandmother has a second floor to herself. My parents have a separate room, while my siblings and I share the same room in separate beds. Our bedroom and our parents' bedroom is connected by a shared bathroom. My grandmother usually comes to our room and uses our bathroom to pee. I guess it was to check up on us while our parents weren't home yet. Anyway, one night, our parents took an unusually long time to come home. To pass the time, my siblings and I watched Beauty and the Beast on one of those VHS tapes. It was our favorite Disney movie back then. We were watching the movie for some time when suddenly, the door to our room spontaneously opened, and a few seconds later, the door to our toilet opened and closed. We heard the flushing sound of the toilet, and this was followed by the opening of the toilet door and the opening of our bedroom door. I remember my siblings and I being in a state of shock, and we huddled together in the corner of the bed just crying. I also remember, distinctly remember, television turned to static. My siblings and I were freaked out the entire time. At that time, my siblings and I were around 9, 8, and 5. So we were fully aware of what was happening. Our parents arrived and saw us crying. They didn't really think anything of it. The next day, my mother took me to the bathroom and told me that my grandmother had passed away. I was certain that I didn't tell them about the events that happened the previous night. And more than 2 decades had passed, and my siblings and I never really discussed it. I conveniently thought of that event as a false memory, since I never really got any confirmation from external sources that whatever happened was real, nor was able to talk about it with my siblings. I lived my life thinking that I never truly had a paranormal experience. Anyway, I'm currently doing a PhD in the United Kingdom. I visited my family back home in the Philippines during the holidays. The entire family was in the car and we were talking about my grandmother's last birthday celebration. We were part Chinese and she may have been 70 years old for that birthday, so it was a special celebration and was thus memorable. We were reminiscing about the event, but then my mother suddenly mentioned, "Do you remember about the day she died and you were crying even though you didn't know your grandmother was dead?" She then went into some detail about the events my siblings and I experienced that night. Apparently, my younger sister told my mother about the night when it was her turn to be told about my grandmother's passing. Freaked me the fuck out. Some local folklore from my home country. Personal experience. I live on an island in the Caribbean. Lived in the suburbs, but had family out in the countryside. So I've had my fair share of scary stories. But this was an encounter which I never forgot until today, after 13 years. So there's this local legend of childlike creatures that live in the forests and kidnap children. They look like little children from a distance, but their most distinct feature is that their legs face opposite to their bodies. Their footprints always appear as if they walk away from anywhere. So unsuspecting victims follow them, thinking that they were a missing child only to end up lost themselves. Good thing is they only show up at around dusk, so usually at our curfew. When I was 7, I went to visit my cousins who lived out in the countryside to spend the night by them. I never believed in the paranormal back then. Nor do I believe in it now. I love science and technology. But from what I saw, not something science could explain. My cousins, one older, one my age and 2 younger than me, really enjoy playing outside. Me, I like video games and would hide away with my Nintendo DS if given the chance. But this time, however, there was another girl joining us who I liked, so I went outside to play with her. She was older than me by about 3 years, so she was like way cooler than my cousins. We played hide and seek, then catch and rescue. It's like a game similar to Cops and Robbers, but without the titles. That was until about 5:30 p.m. That's when the sun was setting. The yard we played in was big and had lots of places to hide, plus an old shed where my great-uncle used to live before he moved in with my grandmother when he became an amputee. Past that shed was a large forest where my dad and his family used to go hunting in when he was in his teens. I remembered my uncle told us to never go near the forest when it gets dark. Else we got lost and ended up missing. And that's when my older cousin and the older girl tried to scare me by telling me the story of the creatures known as Dwen. Like my description said, they are childlike in appearance, but are actually spirits of dead children who weren't baptized and would take naughty children away to never be seen again. I didn't believe them, I just said those were just stories and ghosts and stuff like that wasn't real. When my uncle called us back inside on the way, I saw it's like I guess you could say a short figure near the edge of the forest. I called out to them thinking it was one of my younger cousins. No one answered. I called again and again, but the figure didn't answer. Hearing my uncle still calling us, I walked by thinking they would just follow me to the house. I heard footsteps behind me, so I assumed that was my cousin. When I got closer to the house, I saw my uncle, the older girl, and all of my cousins. The oldest, the one my age, and the 2 younger cousins. When I turned around, all I saw were footprints about 5 meters behind me leading back to the forest. Everyone saw them too and were reasonably scared, and after that day we stayed inside until my parents My childhood attachment. You may have seen my boyfriend's story about the mushroom tunnels, but I have my own unique story. It all started when I was about 9 years old. At the time, I attended a small Christian school with fewer than 100 students across 10-year levels. For our annual school camp, years 4 through 6 went to Barry Sport and Recreation Center for 2 nights. I was excited but nervous. This was 4 hours from home. I'd never been away from my mom without an older relative. Thankfully, my sister, just a year older than me, was also attending. When we arrived and unpacked, I felt an unfamiliar sensation in my chest. After lunch, we socialized with students from other schools, and that evening after dinner at the night games, we returned to our cabins, which were more secluded than the other students' accommodations. All the girls in my cabin talked about how the place felt eerie. When the lights went out, I saw a tall shadow in the doorway. Terrified, I moved to another girl's bed in the next section. I eventually fell asleep until I woke up to a woman's voice calling for Max and Luke, reassuring them it was safe to come home. I barely slept after that. The next night, we left our cabin tidy. That was before heading to the gym for night games. When we returned, everything was trashed. Items thrown around, lights on, nothing as we left it. Suddenly, screams rang out. "Demon, it's a demon," followed by crying. Teachers rushed in to console us, and no one slept that night. On the bus ride home, I was filled with fear and curiosity. What had we encountered? Even weeks later, I felt uneasy. Then small things started happening at home, like a door rattling with no draft or footsteps when no one was awake. And soon it escalated. My family, being believers and skeptics alike, witnessed unexplainable events. We heard children running up and down the stairs, and twice a clock jumped off the wall at my mother. My guitar strummed itself, but the worst part, whatever it was, it focused on me. My bedroom was downstairs near the front door. I heard tapping on my windows, scratching on the walls, footsteps on the gravel outside. That's where no one could have been. Banging on the front door, which would wake me up in the middle of the night, but the sleep paralysis was the worst. I woke up between 3 and 4 a.m. every night, unable to move, often feeling a presence sitting on my bed. One morning, I found my door unlocked and wide open, though I hadn't touched it. At 11, we moved, and everything seemed fine at first. But in our new home, strange things continued. My sister's bathroom was connected to my room. I would see one of them enter but never leave. I heard the shower run, but no one was there. When I asked, they said they hadn't even been in the room. After moving again, all activity stopped. Years later, curiosity led me to research Barry's Sport and Recreation. What I found was shocking. It had once been a home for misbehaved boys where they had been beaten, some possibly to death. In my cabin, it had been the punishment room. Others who visited reported similar terrifying experiences. I still wonder why I formed an attachment and what it wanted from me, but it explains my lifelong fascination with the paranormal. Needing advice, please. Since I was a kid, I've always seemed to have a strong connection to spirits. I think that's what it's called. Or I've always seen them, like my first encounters when I was literally 5 and seeing the spirit of another child, or when I was a teenager, having moved to a different house. I'd seemed to be the main one the spirit in the house messed with. And I'm honestly starting to think the spirit from my teen years may have followed me. I'll explain. Also, I apologize if all of this gets kind of rambly, because there's a lot. So to start, when I was a teen, I lived in a haunted house. The kitchen was always freezing. Doors would open and close on their own. Footsteps heard going down the stairs. And it was just me, my mom, and my dog at this house, by the way. And the spirit seemed attached to me. presumed closet would open and close on its own. I'd wake up with scratches and bite marks on me, and even one time I saw my doorknob move as if someone was trying to come in only for, well, no one to be there. I had seen the spirit, one which was a little girl and the other a tall, shadowy figure, and would always see the shadow out of the corner of my eye. Things got so bad there that I'm physically scared to sleep in this complete darkness. It felt like I was being touched, like someone raking their hands through my hair, pulling my hair at something like throw a desk fan at me when it was just me in the room. And on one occasion, this made my mom start believing the house was haunted, was the glass door leading to her basement from the outside shattered, and nothing had been caught in the backyard camera that could explain how it just shattered. My mom ended up having enough space that we would come back from the grocery shopping to see all the lights in our house with something standing in the attic just for them to immediately go off. Now for where I need advice. It's been years since I experienced all of that. I'm an adult now, still living with my parents, but we live far from the house now, but I still feel the same presence as I did in the house in this one. I feel like I'm being watched in my room, waking up with scratches, specifically on my neck and chest. My hats end up in the middle of the floor, hearing footsteps in my room, taps coming from the inside of my closet. My parents and my own voice coming from the living room when no one's there, and as of recently, seeing a shadowy mass running past my door. I'm absolutely terrified out of my mind and looking for advice on how I don't know how to deal with this. Get rid of it, cleanse my house, something my family's also been kind of experiencing odd